State of Tennessee versus Ronald MILLSAPS, docket number CR 57860, count 1, attempted criminal homicide, count 2, attempted criminal homicide. Docket number CR 57861, count 1, specially aggravated kidnapping, count 2, domestic aggravated assault, count 3, reckless endangerment, count 4, reckless endangerment, count 5, reckless endangerment, count 6, reckless endangerment. CR 57862, count 1, aggravated assault, count 2, aggravated assault, count 3, aggravated assault, count 4, aggravated assault, count 5, aggravated assault, count 6, aggravated assault. Case is here for preliminary hearing. State and defense of both announced ready. Any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, what the court's gonna do is I'm gonna swear the witnesses in individually as they enter the courtroom, so. Call your first witness.
Our state calls Special Agent Ed Ismerlagill.
Have a seat up here, please. Before you sit down, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth.
I do.
All right, please have a seat.
Will you state your name, please, sir?
Yes, my first name is Edip and my last name is Ismerlagill.
And I don't normally do this, but let's go ahead and spell those. How do you spell your first name?
E-D-I-P
And your last name?
I-Z-M-I-R-L-I-G-I-L.
Thank you very much. And Agent Ismerlagill, where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with the TBI?
3 years.
And did you have any prior law enforcement experience before working for the TBI?
I did.
Where was that?
I did 4 years as a police officer in Roanoke, Virginia.
Okay. What is your current position at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I am assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division based out of Knoxville.
Okay. And just in general, as a special agent in the Criminal Investigations Division, what are your duties with the TBI?
Responding to scenes, investigating, obviously, incidents that may have either conflict cases with other agencies or they may be of higher notoriety. Officer-involved shootings are one of the cases that we most typically work.
Okay. And how does a TBI become involved in an investigation, or in this particular instance, in an officer-involved shooting?
Yeah, so we are requested by the District Attorney General's office, whether that be verbal or written. Upon getting that request, it would go through our supervisory chain, and then we would respond.
And you say it's pretty regular for the TBI to investigate officer-involved shootings? In general, when you're called in to investigate an officer-involved shooting, what all is that investigation going to consist of?
It consists of interviewing the officers, locating evidence, obtaining search warrants, investigating essentially anything that has to do with the scene. That may be the crime scene investigation process, the interview process with both officers, individuals involved, witnesses, body camera footage.
Sure. And then what do you do with all your findings once you've completed an investigation?
We turn them over to the District Attorney General's office.
Officer Ismerlagill, were you contacted to investigate an officer-involved shooting that occurred on June the 11th of 2024?
I was.
And how was it that you were contacted initially?
I was called by my supervisor, Jerry Spoon.
And what if anything, did you learn from Agent Spoon?
I had heard that there had been an incident in the Rockford part of Blount County. There had been 2 officers who had been shot, and that it was an ongoing active situation. I was called at around 4 p.m.
Okay. And did you respond to the location of the shooting?
I did.
Where was that location?
1105 Jacob Springs.
And is that located in Blount County, Tennessee?
It is.
You said you were contacted around 4 o'clock, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
Do you know about what time it was you arrived?
I arrived approximately 4:50 p.m.
All right. And what was the status of the scene when you arrived?
At that time, several agencies had set up command posts around the area. It was still an active scene, and there was a perimeter that was established by Blount County, and then there was still a victim inside of a residence, and then a subject still inside.
So was there, I guess, the person had not been taken into custody yet when you arrived, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the status of the two officers that you had been informed had been shot?
They had been transported to one of the nearby hospitals.
Okay. Eventually, was the scene secured?
It was.
And how did you observe that process? How did that go down?
So I didn't physically observe it myself. I was at the command post, but I did hear it occur over the radio.
Okay. And were you the only TBI personnel that responded to this scene?
No.
Do you know who else did respond?
Yes, Special Agents Brendan Elkins, Kara King, Maria Cutshaw, our crime analyst Christina Stinson, and then we had several other agents from our drug division who were there to support.
And I take it eventually a suspect was taken into custody,
He
correct?
was.
Do you know who took that person into custody?
It was an officer from Blount County Sheriff's
Okay.
Office.
And he was removed from the scene, I take it?
He was.
All right. At that point in time, is the scene sort of yours to begin assessing and collecting evidence and all that?
Yes.
All right. How are you going to do that process in this particular instance?
So, due to the volume of scenes we had in this incident, we had multiple houses that we had discovered that had been impacted. It had actually spanned from Jacob Springs to the rear neighborhood of Rockford Heights. We essentially shut down the entire neighborhood, cordoned off the streets, and we began sending out agents to go house by house to identify any other residents that may have been impacted. While that was occurring, I began drafting a search warrant for the residence itself of 1105 Jacob Springs.
When you're going to, so you have several potential areas that have evidentiary value, you know, the residents that you've responded to, residents around that. How are you going to go about assessing whether there's evidentiary value at each location, and then how are you going to document any items of evidentiary value that you see or notice?
So we try to interview the people that reside at the residence. Obviously, someone who lives in their house, we don't know what the extent of historical damage may be, but they can identify it for us through just their, information they provide. In addition to that, if we notice, a defect that may resemble a bullet impact or something of that matter, we'll photograph it, we'll collect it, we'll measure it accordingly. In this particular instance, we did a 3D scan of the neighborhood and of the residents that were impacted. In addition to that, just because of the volume of the scene and how many scenes we were dealing with, we delegated a lot of tasks. In most cases, in officer-involved shootings that the TBI will investigate, we will be the lead investigative agency. However, it's not unusual for us to recruit either personnel or resources from local agencies. In this case, we utilized the crime scene unit of Blount County just to go to some of these houses and photograph them and give us information.
Now, I heard you mention a 3D scanner was utilized in that case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is that instrument called?
It is a Matterport scanner.
And what does that do?
Essentially, it is a scanner that sits on a tripod. It takes a series of photographs automatically 360 degrees, and then it automatically converts it into a panoramic demonstration.
And that instrumentality was utilized in this case, is that
It was.
correct?
That's correct.
If there's no objection, I'd like to direct you to the screen if you don't care. You recognize what I'm showing you here, Agent?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the final product that the Matterport scanner will create.
Okay, do you recognize this residence we're looking at here?
Yes, that is 1105 Jacob Springs.
And that is the location you were dispatched to on June 11th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm able, of course, to manipulate this so we can see a 360-degree view. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you don't mind, Agent, what I'm going to do is walk you through the crime scene and ask you if you see items of particular evidentiary value as we go through this. Is that okay?
Yes.
Now, this is the front of 1105 Jacob Springs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I see, do you notice the mailbox here on the ground?
Yes.
And what is the number listed for that address?
1105.
Do you know who that residence belonged to?
Joy MILLSAPS and RONALD MILLSAPS.
Okay. And based on your investigation, when this shooting occurred, where were the deputies located?
So if you turn the camera towards across the street, that residence is 1110 Jacob Springs. That patrol vehicle right there that we can see, the officers were located behind that vehicle to the rear.
I'm gonna go to the front of this vehicle, Agent. What do you notice about the front of this vehicle that is of evidentiary value, in your investigation?
There are several defects in the windshield, in the hood, and in the tire of the vehicle.
And throughout your investigation, did you take steps to document these defects and collect evidence from this particular cruiser?
We did.
Where was that done and how was that done?
So we documented the vehicle here as we saw it with a series of photographs. We then had the vehicle towed to the Blount County Sheriff's Office or Drug Task Force warehouse to further process it in a more controlled environment.
Now, you use the term defect. Am I too big of a leap here to say what kind of defects those might be? Were you able to determine that?
So we believe them to be bullet holes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, how many defects or bullet holes did you find in this cruiser?
So I'll clarify that question it's difficult to determine how many are actually created from the same entry or impact. However, the individual defects that we counted on the external part of the vehicle was 31.
Thank you. And then if I can direct your attention to the rear of the vehicle here, what is it we're looking at here?
That is a red stain.
And did you take any steps to determine what that red stain might be?
We have swabbed them and subsequently everything is still waiting for processing from our lab.
Based on your investigation and your training, do you have any educated presumptions on what those red stains might be?
Yeah, so based on the body cam footage that we observed, we believe that to be blood from one or both of the officers.
And I'm zooming here on the back of the cruiser. Likewise, do you notice any staining on the back of the cruiser, Agent?
Yes.
What do you believe that to be?
Swipes from what we would call it blood to a non-bloody surface.
All right. Now, let me ask you, did you, in this particular area, locate any shell casings or anything of that nature right here behind the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, and we'll hear from other witnesses here today, but how do you believe that those shell casings got to that location?
We believe it was from officers who were firing at 11:05.
Now, Agent, I'm gonna walk you towards 11:05 if you don't care. There are two vehicles in the driveway here, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do anything to assess those vehicles and look for any defects in those particular vehicles?
So I did not myself, however, agents that were assigned to the crime scene portion of this did, and they did document. They photographed and collected various pieces of evidence, projectiles, fragments, and so on from the vehicles.
And just from an investigation standpoint, why is it these defects are important or noteworthy to you?
So these defects are coming from essentially facing the house. Based on our investigation, there were no officers who fired from any position that would have created those defects.
Now, I see another cruiser over here. Do you see that, Agent?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, do you know how that cruiser came to rest at that location?
We believe that was from the officers when they originally responded.
Okay. Agent, I'm gonna take us through the front door here if you don't care. Well, what do you notice about the front of the house here, if anything?
So the windows, the door, there was considerable damage on all parts of the house.
And this front entrance foyer area, Agent, what is it particularly you notice about this area of the residence?
There are cartridge cases that are scattered and laying throughout the house.
And did you take steps, you and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, to collect the cartridge cases located at the scene?
We did.
And what was done with those cartridge cases?
So all cartridge we collected approximately 220 cartridge cases from inside the residence of various calibers, mainly 5.56 or 223 and 9mm. Those were then submitted to our crime lab for analysis.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, what all, just in total, like for instance, I see this here, that appears to be a shotgun shell, is that correct?
That's correct.
What are the different types of ammunition you located inside the residence?
So specifically, we located 5.56 and 223, which are rifle calibers. We located 9mm, both spent and unspent. And I'll clarify my vernacular. When I refer to a cartridge case, I'm referring to an unspent, what someone would call a shell casing. And then when I refer to a cartridge, I'm referring to the hull, whereas it's what someone would refer to as a bullet, but it's the hull, just to clarify that.
So in total, how many spent fired cartridges, do you know if you recovered from the residence?
Approximately 220,
220?
yes.
Okay. And I see, what are these here on the ground?
Those are magazines for an AR-15 style rifle.
Okay. And do you know how many magazines you recovered from the residence?
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. This particular firearm, do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an Israeli Weapon Industries Z15, which is essentially an AR-15 style rifle.
All right. And would that be capable of firing the ammunition that you collected from the residence?
Yes, the receiver of that firearm is marked multi, however, the barrel is marked 5.56 by 45.
Now, see if I can, were you able to determine through your investigation whose bedroom were in here?
Yes, we believe that to be RONALD MILLSAPS' bedroom, just based on the certificates on the wall, the firearms, and just the positioning of the room.
Now, Agent, I don't know how well you can see it, but from this vantage point, if you were to look out this window, are you able to see any areas of the crime scene we've already reviewed?
Yes.
What is it you can see through this window?
You can see the residence of 1110 Jacob Springs. You can see the Blount County patrol vehicle, as well as the vehicles in the driveway and then the front lawn of the residence.
And is that the vehicle where we documented what we believe to be blood on the back of the vehicle?
It is.
How many firearms in total did you collect from the resident? Agent?
Four.
And what were those firearms?
We collected 2 Glocks, one a Glock 17, 9mm, the other one a Glock 26, also a 9mm. In addition, we collected a Remington TAC-14, which is a 12-gauge shotgun, and then finally, we collected the IWI Z15, or the AR-15 style rifle.
And through the investigation, did you take steps to determine where those firearms came from?
We did.
What steps did you take?
So we completed forms through the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms E-Trace system. Essentially, we enter in the information of the firearms from serial number, model, caliber, things of that nature, and then ATF, through their e-tracing program, came back and gave us those results.
And were you able to determine who had purchased those firearms?
Yeah, the purchaser information that ATF provided to us named RONALD MILLSAPS as the purchaser for all 4 firearms.
We're entering the living room here, Agent. Was there anything of particular note in the living room that you see here?
The back window is shot out, and then we also collected several other cartridge cases just throughout this room.
Agent, I'm gonna go into the dining room here, just inside the front door. Let me ask you again, what do we see here on the ground where this pointer is?
That's a magazine for an AR-15 style weapon.
And likewise, is there any items of evidentiary value on the ground similar to the other rooms?
Yes, yeah, there's cartridge cases, once again, of varying calibers. The shot shells that we recovered did not appear to be fired, but we did recover several from this room as well.
All right, Agent Esmeralda, there's one other piece of evidence I want to look at in this room. If I can manipulate this. What is this?
That is a pair of binoculars.
And did you find that noteworthy that there were a pair of binoculars in the living or in the dining room?
Yeah, so that is a vantage point that you would be able to see the road across, any vehicles that were parked, particularly that other Blount County cruiser that is positioned inside the field of view of those binoculars.
Now, obviously, as we look at them here, it appears the cap is on the lenses of these binoculars. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I see a walker and some medical equipment here. Were you able through your investigation to determine who that belonged to?
Yes, that belonged to Joy MILLSAPS.
Okay. And when the scene was cleared, do you know where Miss MILLSAPS was ultimately located at?
So Ms. MILLSAPS was taken to the hospital originally, I believe it was Blunt Memorial, and then from there she was released to her other family members.
We go in this additional bedroom, Agent. Do you know through your investigation whose bedroom this is?
This is Joy MILLSAPS' bedroom.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in Joy MILLSAPS' bedroom?
We found a Glock 26 handgun inside this bedroom.
Okay. And then this here that I'm circling, what is this, Agent, if you know?
That is a bottle of alcohol.
You know what type of alcohol it was?
I believe it was vodka.
Do this correctly. Going into the kitchen now, again, what of interest was in the kitchen, Agent?
An AR-15 style magazine.
Okay. And then, likewise, the door into the garage. You notice anything about the door into the garage that would be of interest to you?
Yes, there are several defects inside the door.
And in the garage itself, did you find anything of evidentiary value in the garage itself throughout your investigation?
We continue to find defects just throughout the house, throughout the walls. The garage, there were several bullet defects that we located.
So it's fair to say that there were pretty much defects in large portions of the house.
Yes.
Is that a fair summation?
It is.
Your Honor, for the purposes of this hearing, I'd like to make the Matterport presentation Exhibit 1, please, and defense counsel is free to manipulate it at any point in time should they like to.
Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Agent Ismerla-Gill, who all did you interview as a part of your investigation into this matter?
My interviews began with Joint MILLSAPS, Stacy Brake, Darren Brake.
Who are Stacy and Darren Brake?
Stacy Brake is the sister of Ronald MILLSAPS, and Darren Brake is her husband.
Okay. Who else?
In addition, I interviewed officers with the Blount County Sheriff's Office, officers with Deputies Garner and Costner.
Before I move on, I do want to ask, for the purposes of the hearing, if you recognize this photograph, Agent?
Yes, that is an overview of Jacob Springs and Rockford Heights.
Is that what, I guess, for lack of a better word, call a Google map overview, a satellite overview?
Yeah, I would say that's correct.
I'd ask this come in as Exhibit 2, please, Your Honor. And if there's no objection, we have a blown-up version of this that we will reference throughout the hearing with the court's permission. Agent, I'm just pointing to what says 1105 on here. Is that the address in question we're talking about?
It is.
Okay. And this is Jacob Springs Boulevard, the location you responded to. Is that right? Thank you. Now, you stated an individual of interest was taken into custody while you were on scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you attempt to make contact with that individual?
I did.
And where was that at?
That was at the Blount County Jail.
And when was this?
That was at approximately 1:30 in the morning, which would then be June 12th.
Okay, so on the 12th, June the 12th, at a little after midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of you making contact? Well, and that person you made contact with, are they in the courtroom here today?
They are.
Could you please identify him?
Yes, Mr. Millsap.
Record reflect he's identified the defendant.
And this was at the Blount County Jail, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose of you making contact with Mr. MILLSAPS at this time?
There were a multitude of reasons. I had obtained a search warrant to obtain blood evidence or for a blood draw. In addition, I wanted to attempt an interview with Mr. MILLSAPS, and then tertiarily, we had the warrants to serve on him.
And what was your rationale for wanting to obtain a blood draw from Mr. MILLSAPS?
We had information that he was intoxicated during the course of this incident. We wanted to just verify that by receiving a blood draw.
And did you obtain that blood draw?
I did.
And what was done with the blood sample?
It was submitted to our lab.
And do you know if any testing was done on that?
Yes.
And do you happen to know the results so far of any of that testing?
Yeah, so the toxicology result is still pending. However, the blood alcohol result has returned back as a .123.
Thank you. And then you said the toxicology is still pending?
That's correct.
And I assume, do you know what time this blood draw occurred?
It was shortly after I arrived, so about 1:35 in the morning.
So that would have been at least several hours, 7, 8, 9 hours after the incident itself?
That's correct. I believe Mr. MILLSAPS was taken into custody at 5:20 p.m. on the 11th. Once again, just based on the size of the scene and how many different incidents we had to deal with and that we were managing, it took several hours to get to that process.
You stated another purpose for contact with Mr. MILLSAPS is you were going to attempt to interview him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you do so?
I attempted to.
Okay, what steps did you take before you're going to interview someone who's obviously in custody at this point in time? What are your protocols going to suggest you do?
Yeah, so I introduce myself, I tell them the purpose of me being there, and then I will read them their Miranda rights.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
And what was the defendant's response after you Mirandized him?
He wanted to seek counsel, and I terminated the interview.
Okay. So you asked him no questions at any point in time after he asked for counsel, is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you though, without having asked Mr. MILLSAPS any questions, did Mr. MILLSAPS say anything to you just of his own accord?
So he didn't say anything to me directly. However, while the blood draw was going on, I recall he asked for his attorney, but then he made a statement in regards to that no one was going to enter his residence unannounced without a fight.
Would these statements have been recorded, do you know?
They are.
Okay. I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Elroy.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I get, that's the,
That's for the PowerPoint.
gotcha.
You want
No,
the
you-
mouse up there?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Judge, I saw a couple of folks come in and out, but we needed to, I'm asking that the rule for separate reception of evidence be,
Understood. Anybody in here generally plan on calling?
I do not believe so.
I think it
Everyone
might
should
just be family.
Everyone should be corralled, so
Right.
I don't see anybody.
Forgot to take that up, Your Honor, earlier, but,
I'm sure they stay that way.
I will certainly, I will direct my assistants there to see anybody come in, to please let me know.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. Agent, my name is Matthew Elrod. I'm one of the assistant public defenders here in Blount County. I just probably have a few questions for you. You did say that you were the agent responsible for applying as well as getting a search warrant for the residence there at on Jacob Springs Road. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know what time and from whom you sought that search warrant from?
The approximate time, I believe it was around 7 a.m.
Gotcha.
And it was from Judge Tammy Hamilton.
Gotcha. Let's see. And as well as you said that you were in charge, and I believe I have a copy of that, the affidavit and application for search warrant for his, for the defendant's blood. You were in charge of doing that as well?
That's correct.
Gotcha. And, were you present there when he, gave that blood sample?
Yes.
You were, okay. And do you recall about what time that was?
Oh, about 1:35 a.m.
1:35, that next early
Yes,
morning?
So it would have been June 12th.
Right, okay. I'm sorry, I'm going in reverse order, but these are the questions the general just asked, and I want to make sure I go over them with you. Among your other duties, besides these search warrant applications and executing those, do you attend, so as far as the search warrant for the residence, were you on scene when that was being executed?
Yes.
For its entirety?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming that included gathering those weapons, gathering and making safe those weapons, gathering the shell casings, anything that you found of merit and it would be of evidentiary value.
Yeah, so I'll clarify that question a little bit. I was present on scene when it was executed. I remained on scene inside the command post while I was working on other administrative
Gotcha.
duties related to this task. Another contingency of agents actually worked the crime scene and
Sure.
collected the evidence.
Gotcha. Some of that evidence we'll talk about just briefly. So I know that, and we've got two Blount County vehicles there. Look like they're two SUVs, Explorer type vehicles. One being in the driveway directly across from 1105. That seemed to have suffered some of the most damage or defects that we've talked about this morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think you said it was around 31 that you could say those are individual bullets. We can sit there and ascribe to certain, amount of bullets,
Correct.
31-ish. And then you also have defects on, I believe it's a Mustang that's sitting in the driveway of 1105. That appeared as though on the video, that had several defects as well.
That's correct.
I know that, I believe your testimony was the defects, in speaking about the sheriff's deputy vehicle that's across the way, those defects came from 1105 Jacob Springs?
Yeah, so based on just the positioning of it, we believe that's where they came from. There were no officers that were further or facing that direction.
Right. We've not seen those pictures, but General's been kind enough to give me some photographs which appear to show maybe some trajectory studies or something akin to rods and showing where those bullets may have come from in that warehouse when you all were processing that vehicle. Is that something that you were involved with?
Yeah, so those were not, I wouldn't call that trajectory. We didn't do any trajectory analysis. Those were merely demonstrative to show
Gotcha.
essentially the path of the defects and where they would terminate.
Gotcha. Has there been up to this point, or are you aware if there will be any further examination or evaluation or testing as far as trajectory? Is that something that you all are going to do or have done or have the ability to do?
I don't believe so. The only further testing that we're still awaiting is the evidence that was submitted to the lab, which would have been the firearms evidence.
Gotcha. Different blood analysis. Gotcha. In speaking about the Mustang, I know you've stated, and I appreciate it, those bullets seem to be coming from the direction of 1105 Jacob Springs towards that sheriff's deputy's vehicle. Were you able to determine, or did you all take a look at that Mustang? Are those likewise coming from, it's certainly closer. If we look at those pictures, we can see one on the monitor there. It's certainly far closer than the sheriff's deputy's vehicle there. Were you able to take a look at that Mustang and determine, does it seem as though those wounds, or excuse me, those defects are coming from the same direction?
Yes, we believe so.
You believe so, okay. Were there any other, we didn't look at the back of that vehicle, were there any other defects as a result of officer fire? I know that later on at that scene, officers respond, they return fire. Able to determine if any of those defects are as a result of the sheriff's deputies?
Yeah, so because I didn't directly process the vehicle, I can't tell you specifically
Sure, that's
what we
okay.
found from the vehicle.
Gotcha. As far as the second patrol vehicle that's down Jacob Springs to the right, if you're looking at that picture we're seeing on the monitor there, and the one we've talked about, those binoculars are aimed towards, was that vehicle examined?
It was.
Any defects on it?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Nothing on the tires, nothing on the body of the vehicle, windows are intact?
Not that I recall, but once again, my involvement was
Sure.
separate from processing the
Sure.
vehicles.
As with regards to, I know that General talked to you about there's several other scenes amongst, we saw the big blown up view. There's several other scenes and several other houses and other folks may be involved in this. If you can estimate, how big of an area are we talking about?
It spans a neighborhood, I would say. I mean, just to approximate, we have 4 residences that we know were directly impacted. 2 of those being on the same street across the street, and then 2 on the, I guess, adjacent or parallel neighborhood on Rockford Heights.
Right. And Judge, if I may approach do you have the exhibits or just, we have the exhibits?
She has it.
Your Honor, may I retrieve? If I can, Agent, let's step around here. So we're pointing to 1105, that's the defendant's residence. And the 4 other houses, but are we including this in the 4? Or
No.
Okay, so 4 other houses besides 1105. So which are those addresses, if you don't mind pointing them out to
Yeah,
us?
so I'll point to 1110.
Okay. That, and I'll stand here, and, so that's 1110.
That's correct.
Okay,
And then to the left of that, you have 1106.
okay.
Hold on just a moment. Okay, all right, you're with the Times, right? All right. Go ahead.
1110, then 1106, okay.
That's correct. Now, if you go back to 1105,
Okay.
and then you go back towards Rockford Heights Road, you'll see 105 Rockford Heights,
Sure.
and then directly to the left of that, you'll see 103.
Okay. Back behind the residence.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. In looking at that, I'll return that, Your Honor. Thank you. We've talked about a couple of different calibers, 9mm, the 5.56 and 223, and the 12 gauge cartridges, and you said that the majority being the 5.56 and the 223, that AR-15 style rifle. The damage that we're discussing with 1105 6 and 11-10. Do you believe that those were sustained as a result of those 5.56 and 2.23 rounds?
Yeah, so I won't answer that, exactly to the fragments that we've collected. They've been sent off for lab analysis.
Sure.
Just based on how projectiles react when they hit some kind of medium, it's not my role to determine whether
Sure.
or not it's a
Sure.
rifle or a handgun caliber.
You all in looking at the scene, at those separate scenes, you found some projectiles, some pretty bad mangled up, some pretty well, in better condition than others. Are you able to look at and tell whether that's just, certainly not with any scientific, certainty, but did it look like a rifle round? Did it look like a handgun round? Did it look like a shotgun round?
So we know for a fact they were not shotgun rounds.
Gotcha.
Like I said, just based on the condition of these projectiles.
Hard to say
It's hard.
from your vantage point. I got you. The damage that we're talking about with 1106 and 1110, we're talking about broken windows, busted up bricks, holes in siding, holes maybe in cars, and I say holes, defects, language you used. Those are the things you're seeing on those houses.
Correct. In addition, some of the residents had projectiles go into the house and
Sure.
affect, furniture, property.
Right. Is that, so I believe I've seen some of those photos the general gave me a few days ago. Is that the same is true for the residences behind 1105, some of the same kind of damage?
Similar, yes.
Okay. And probably statement holds true for that as well, awaiting examination to determine what exactly those came from.
It is, yes.
Okay. Were you able, or do you have any idea about how many defects individual that you can remember as with regard to that Mustang that was in front of the defendant's home there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking and thinking back about, we took the video tour of the inside of the residence, which you identified there's several spent cartridge cases there, of, like you said, of various calibers, some intact, meaning unfired. You found all those. You found busted windows, busted glass, several defects or several holes throughout the house. Still evaluating, still examining, or do we know if those defects, those holes were caused from fire from within the house or fire from from outside the house? Do we have any idea?
Yeah, so I'll refer that back to the same as when I talked about the SUV, where we have individual defects that we can count, just based on flight path and the amount of damage done, especially through drywall or how residents are built here in the United States.
Mhm.
You can't really determine, or at least we can't determine right now with any certainty of if it's incoming fire or outgoing fire.
Okay. Is that something that, that further testing would aid and assist and help you all in trying to determine any of those, and with regard to some of the medium and some of the things that we're seeing those defects in?
Yeah, so we don't have any testing plans in general right now for that. I don't believe we'd be able to say it with any sort of accuracy. Essentially, what we have submitted to the lab is the projectile fragments, the cartridge cases, things of that nature, and then the firearms that we collected, so that the lab can essentially compare and do their analysis and determine if a projectile was found in a certain medium, where that projectile, can it be matched to a particular firearm?
Gotcha. Are you aware, and this may not have been your specific task, but several officers, Blount County Deputies, responded to the scene. I've watched several video clips and of patrol vehicles as well as body cameras, and them returning fire towards towards that address. Any idea as to how many rounds sheriff's deputies fired?
Approximately 62.
62, okay. Do you know is that all the same caliber or varying calibers? Or?
So we have 5 sheriff's deputies who fired with rifles, AR-15 style, either 5.56 or 223.
Right.
And then we have 1 who fired with a 9mm.
Gotcha. Okay, so similar as to what was fired from, what we're saying is the fired from the defendant as fired from the sheriff's deputies.
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming, that might make it even that much more difficult in determining where these bullets came from, where they were going, where they might have landed. If it's already somewhat difficult, it makes it that much more difficult if you're talking about two opposing forces using the same caliber and bullets. Is that right?
It can be, once again, I'll refer to the fact, so we know the officers all were in essentially one side of the street, and then we know the other rounds were coming from the location of the residence.
Right.
So essentially, instead of saying which defect was created by what, we have the firearms evidence that we collected, whether it be a fragment, projectile, cartridge casing, and they can then compare that to the weapons.
Gotcha. And I think before I don't want to manipulate it before I like this photo right here. I'm gonna, if I may, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
one area I'm gonna point to, because from my memory, watching those videos, patrol officers that responded, would it be accurate that several of those, and maybe all of those, are firing from in an area somewhere over here within these trees?
I would say that's correct, yeah.
Right. And I think, did you say it was 5 sheriff's deputies that fired their weapons? 6, okay. Do you recall if all of those were in a group there towards those trees, or were they spread out further? Are you aware?
It was, I would say from the areas of 1110 to 1104 is where the range of cartridge cases that we recovered from that side of the street.
Gotcha. Do you know, and it's okay if you don't, I think several of them are subpoenaed to be here today. Do you know which deputies those were that fired their weapons?
I can think of some of them off the top of my head, but to name them all, I can't.
Sure. Which ones do you know off the top of your
So
head?
the ones that I interviewed directly, officers Costner and Garner.
Garner,
And
Carson.
then one of my coworkers also interviewed Officer Pigler that same day.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You said, and moving away from some of the crime scenes things we were talking about, you attempted to interview Mr. MILLSAPS later on that night, the early morning. I think you said it was about 1:30.
That's correct.
1:35. Made attempt and with two things in mind. One being, I'd like to talk to this guy and try to figure out what happened, why it happened. That's accurate. And number two, it had been reported to you, or is it something that you saw and had some concern that this man might be impaired or intoxicated?
So before I responded to the jail, I had not been in the proximity of Mr. MILLSAPS.
Gotcha.
So this is information that we developed from the officers that had actually conducted the arrest operation.
Sure.
At that time.
Sure.
And then going through the crime scene process, from listening to the phone records and 911 calls, things of that nature, we had an idea that there was some level of intoxication at play.
Do you remember which officer or officers kind of let you know that, hey, this guy might be drunk or he might be messed up?
I specifically spoke to Officer Medor.
Medor, okay. Do you recall what he said or any facts that he gave you that led him to believe he might be impaired?
I can't recall.
That's okay. And like you said, the second part in getting a search warrant issued for his blood alcohol level, you did that. And the level, again, toxicology we're waiting back on. The blood alcohol was a .123.
Yes.
Okay. How did he seem to you? Of course, you're seeing him at 1:30, several hours after he's been in custody. You're speaking to him. I know it sounds like it was pretty short conversation, but anything of note, you'd say, I saw him do this, I thought this was odd, or I thought this was different, just in his mannerisms, how he, did he seem sleepy? Did he seem excited?
Nothing that particularly comes to mind.
Okay. Did he seem upset, or did he seem happy?
I think his emotional state was probably similar to what most people would be in this situation. He certainly spoke or made several statements, prior to us sitting down and doing the interview, but I would say there was nothing unusual about it given
Sure.
the circumstances.
Gotcha. Is it one of like, I could imagine, if I heaven forbid I'm in that situation, but I would probably be frightened. I would probably be quite nervous. I would be a lot of different emotions. Anything like that? I mean,
I wouldn't say he was nervous. He made a lot of statements, mainly defending his actions.
gotcha. And this around that 1:30 mark, 1:35, around that time that night.
Yes.
And do you have a time approximately that his blood? I'm assuming that you either were standing there with him when his blood was drawn in the jail, or did they transport him over to Blount Memorial?
No, so the blood draw was done at the jail inside, I guess that housing block, I'm not sure what they call it.
Right.
It was done by a member of the jail nursing staff. I was there, I was outside the field of view, it was done in the cell that he was in.
Sure.
And that was, once again, around 1:35.
Okay, yeah, so it's more or less contemporaneous with the conversations and the things that you're seeing him say, statements that he's making, as well as your interactions, however limited they were, or short that they were, same time frame
Yes.
that we're talking about, okay.
Stacy Bradford. Ms. Brake, come on. Around that way. If you would, before you sit down, Madam Principal, I solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today to be the truth. Have a seat. Now, if you're soft-spoken on your answer, you're gonna need to speak up for recording of it, all right? Thank you.
Ms. Brake, if you wouldn't mind, state your first and last name. We're recording all of it, but and then if you could spell it for us.
Stacy Brake, STACYBRAKE.
And Ms. Brake, how do you know the defendant in this case, Ronnie MILLSAPS?
He's my brother.
And I guess on June 11th of this year, where did your brother live?
With my mom at 1105 Jacob Springs Boulevard.
And your mom's name?
Joy MILLSAPS.
And who else lived at that residence besides your mom and the defendant?
It was just them two.
Okay. And do you have another sibling?
Yes.
And what's that sibling's name?
Amanda MILLSAPS.
And then, of course, you have a husband too. That's Darren Brake, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Darren, where do y'all live?
We live in Knoxville.
For just a minute, if we could talk about your mom, Joy. You want me to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you a photograph if I could. Do you recognize that photograph there? Who is that?
It's my mom.
Okay. We're gonna read off this as exhibit 1.
It'll be 3.
Excuse me, 3. I guess I'm not first, am I? 3. Ms. Brake, on the day this whole incident happened, do you know how old your mama was?
78.
And that picture that's shown there in exhibit 3, when was that taken?
I think it was a couple of days after the 11th.
And where was it taken?
That was at my house.
She came to stay with you after the whole thing happened?
Yes.
And that was with you and Darren in Knoxville?
Yes.
What kind of, we saw in the picture there, what kind of health was she in?
She was in bad health. She had COPD and had trouble ambulating without assistance.
Okay. Did she need assistance for someone to stay with her, to help her?
Yes.
In fact, who was it that was taking care of your mom on June 11th of 2024?
My brother, Ronnie.
Was it just him that was there taking care of her, just the two of them that lived there?
I came down later that day.
In fact, let's talk about, when was the last time you saw your mom before this incident happened?
It was the June 10th.
the day before?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that day? Why did you come down to stay, to see her on June 10th?
I came down to make some food for her, and give her a bath.
And how did she move about? If you were there, or Ronnie was there, whoever was there, how did she get around the house?
She used a walker, but she primarily stayed in her bedroom and bathroom. She didn't go around in the house a lot.
Okay, and in fact, I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna step over this way, just stay where you are there. I'm gonna have you, if you can look up here on the screen, I'm gonna show you,
I knew
Your
that.
Honor, I'm the least technologically competent one in the office, so I might need some help.
But probably not in this room.
Maybe not. I'm gonna, I think I can do this part. Can you see up there on the screen, Ms. Brake, that, this video that we're kind of looking at?
Yes.
Do you recognize, the house that we're seeing here?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
That's my mother's house.
Okay. And I'm gonna go toward the front door here and ask you, the day before when you were there on June the 10th, is that what the house looked like?
No.
In fact, on that particular day before, was there any damage to the windows or the door at all?
No.
And as we go in the residence, I guess when you were there on June the 10th, were you in this part of the house?
Yes.
Did you see any, these shell casings on the floor, were any of those there?
No.
In fact, on the day that you were there, on June the 10th, did you even see any guns
No.
or ammunition?
No.
How about magazines for loading ammunition and guns?
No.
And throughout the house, and we've had this exhibit introduced previously as Exhibit 1, we see a lot of shell casings and unspent rounds and spent rounds in the floor. I'm just gonna, as a whole, did you see any ammunition in the floor or anywhere in the house that day before?
No.
And this, over here, right here, this set of binoculars, do you remember those being there the day before?
Yes.
Okay. What were those used for? Do you recall?
We just, I think they were put in the corner just to get out of the way. My brother got it to look at the stars, you know, and we just kind of put them out of the way because we were afraid somebody might fall on it.
Okay. All right. And right here we see, looks like some medical equipment and a walker. Is that your mom's walker?
Yes.
All right. And I'm gonna go, we're in the dining room right now. This is the living room. Was the door in the living room busted when you were there the day before?
No.
Any of those bullet holes in the door the day before?
No.
In fact, I guess, were there any bullet holes in the house the day before when you were there?
No.
Is this your mom's room, Miss Brake, here?
Yes.
And you said she usually spent her time in here.
Yes.
I'm guessing, and this would have been something when she was eating, she'd use this table here for her food.
Yes.
Again, shell casings in the floor, those weren't there the day before.
No.
And you, there appears to be some, we've been calling them defects, I would call them holes in the wall here that look like bullet holes. Were those there the day before when you were there?
Yes.
Those bullet holes were?
Well, that one at the bottom was.
This right here?
Yeah, but the ones above, I'm not positive on that.
Okay, do you know how that one on the bottom would have gotten there, that defect or hole?
I mean, I know it had been there for a while, but
Okay.
now I do see some other holes at the top, but I don't know about that, honestly.
Okay. So, and I can see here that there seems to be in the shower some, this is where she would help her bathe, I guess.
Well, no,
Where'd you bathe her?
I would have her sit beside her bed and we would do it there because she was unable to get in and out of the bathtub.
Okay. So, when you were there on June 10th, did she call you to ask you to come? Or did you just go on your own, or do you remember how it was?
June 10.
Yes, the day before.
I spoke to Ronnie and said I was gonna come down and bring some food, or make some food, bring it down. And if he needed to go and leave for a little while to get away, and I was gonna give my mom a bath. So she was aware that I was coming down to do that.
How was Ronnie?
When I first got there, he was not there. He was gone for maybe 2 hours. When he came back, we didn't have much discussion right when he came back, but later on, we talked in Mom's bedroom.
What were y'all talking about?
I think he came in upset that he had to cut some bushes in Mom's yard, and he was kind of upset about that, and he just seemed upset and agitated, and
Did he make any other statements?
I could tell he just wasn't himself, but he did say at one point that he should just go on top of the mountain and shoot himself. That would be the honorable thing to do.
Did he say why he was thinking like that?
I think he was, I don't know, just very upset.
But he didn't really, did he really ever articulate to you what it was he was upset about? Surely it's more than the bushes.
Well, he was just kind of saying to Mom, you're welcome for me to go out there and cut those bushes. And Mom was like, well, I didn't never ask you to go cut those bushes. And he was just like saying that we needed to put Mom in a nursing home, and because it was getting harder for us to take care of her.
Would you describe him as bitter?
Yeah, bitter and upset, and I think he was intoxicated also.
And that was my next question.
Yeah.
Did he drink a lot?
I mean, at that day, I really don't know
Okay.
how much he drank, but I could tell that he seemed intoxicated that day.
Did you see alcohol in the house that day that you
No.
recall? And how old are you?
55.
And how old is the defendant, Ronnie MILLSAPS?
I think he just turned 60.
And Amanda?
She's 50.
So the defendant's the oldest of the three of you, and you're the youngest. No, Amanda's the youngest. Amanda's the youngest. So, what time do you call that you left that day?
Probably about 1 or 2.
How did your mom seem that day when you left?
I mean, she was a little frazzled from, me and Ronnie kind of bickering.
So when did you next talk to your mom? Were you concerned about her when you left that day?
I was, but, I mean, she assured me that, she would be all right, and
So you went ahead, you said it was evening?
probably about 1 or 2 maybe.
Okay, so the afternoon.
Yeah.
And did you go back to Knoxville? When was the next time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her any more that day? Let me ask first, did you talk to her any more that day?
No, I just was kind of just frazzled when I got home. I just didn't want to deal with anything at that point. I didn't call her back.
Did she try to call you?
No,
So when did you next talk to her?
the next day.
Do you remember when it was the next day that you first spoke to her?
Well, first thing in the morning, I started trying to call, and was trying to call all day long, and the phone was out of order. And so I was really concerned about that. I couldn't never get, it was like saying it was out of, when you'd call, it would go, say, this phone line is unavailable or something. I was like, what's going on?
Did she have a cell phone or only the home
No,
phone?
she didn't wanna use a cell phone.
So, and in fact, the home phone that she did have, was it a cordless phone?
Yeah.
And was that dependent on, I guess, the electricity working and the phone system working like it should? So you said you tried to call several times and didn't get her. And do you remember when it was that you finally did get to talk to her?
It was around 2 or 3.
And was that by phone?
Yeah.
And do you remember, did she call you or did you call her?
No, I called her.
How did that conversation go?
Well, she said the phone, the battery of the phone had fell out the previous night, and that's why the phone was not working, but she seemed pretty upset and tore up. when I-
Could you hear anybody else in the background at that point in time?
No, not really.
So you said she seemed pretty upset or tore up, so what did you do?
Well, I kept asking her, I said, Mom, do you feel threatened? Are you scared? And, I mean, do I need to call the police? And she was like, yeah.
So you've known her your whole life, right? How did she sound? Did it sound to you like you needed to call the police for her?
Need to speak up, please, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
So based on your conversation with her and her behavior, what did you do?
Well, previously that day, I didn't mention it, when we weren't able to get a hold of Mom the whole day, we did make a call to the police. It wasn't 911, I don't think at that time. We were just we were saying we can't get a hold of Mom, and we're, kind of concerned. We'd like to have a well check. But then after I spoke with her, that's when, she said she was scared to call 911.
So let me rewind for just 1 second. I'm gonna move on just a second. So you called the police for a well check. Did you drive to Rockford to check on her? Why did you not drive to Rockford to check on her?
Well, I was kind of nervous about going if he had been drinking.
Okay. So did you hear back from the police about the well check before 911 was called? That you recall,
I don't know
if they went to check?
if they went to
Okay.
check or not.
That's
honestly.
okay. So you didn't hear anything back, and then did you call 911 or did your husband call 911?
I was on the back porch talking to Mom. And I know at one point, I did hear my brother, he was in there at that, and I don't know if he knew that Mom was on the phone or not, but I know at one point I did hear him say that, I'm going down in a blaze of fury and you're gonna go down with me. And when I heard that, I ran back inside the house and I said, Darren, I don't know if Darren was on the phone with 911 at that time, but I'm like, he just said this, you need to get them over there, because it seemed like it was taking forever. And so he was on 911 with, talking to them. I'm sorry if I got off track.
No.
I can't even remember what you asked.
You're perfectly fine. You don't know when your husband called 911 the first time. It sounded like it's what you said. Is that accurate?
Because he was on the phone with 911, I was on the phone with my mom
Gotcha.
outside.
I see.
Talking to her.
Okay. So you could hear your brother, you go tell your husband, tell him, or this is what's happening. So what happens next? While you're on the phone with your mom, what can you hear?
Well, when I took the phone back in to Darren, I said, Darren, he said that, and they need to hurry up and, go check on Mom. And, I still had the phone, and I remember Mom saying, oh my God, he's got a gun. And I'm like, what? And then Darren grabbed my phone from me. And so he had 911 in one ear and my mom in the other ear. And at that point, after that, you know, he had both phones, and then it wasn't long after that I started hearing shots.
And you heard the shots through the phone? Do you know?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Do you know how many gunshots you heard?
I can't tell you how many. I just heard it right the very first, and then I just kind of lost it. So,
Yeah. When you heard your mom say, oh my God, he's got a gun, how did she sound?
pretty scared.
Now, so I know, or, well, did you go to the scene while this was all unfolding, or did you stay on the, at your
I
house?
tried to, but the 911 operator told my husband not to let me leave because I was pretty upset. So my husband was trying to keep me from leaving the house to go down there.
And so it was, actually, in fact, it was Darren Brake that was on the phone with 911 during the pendency of this entire event. Do you remember how long this whole thing lasted before they got to your mom?
It seemed like it took forever. Maybe it was over an hour. I mean, they were probably already there, but I didn't know what was going on. I could just hear, because I was kind of going out throughout the house crying and unconsolable, and I'd come back through and I could hear on the phone, and I could hear, you know, gunshots at times, and then, but I didn't know if the police were there. I kept asking Darren, are they there? I mean, what are they doing? Where's it, what's happening? And
So after the officers did enter the residence there and the shooting had ended, did you go to your mom at that point in time?
not at the house, no.
Where was she when you went to her?
She went to Blount Memorial.
And how did she seem when you saw her at Blount Memorial?
She was probably almost like in shock, just fragile looking and bad.
And when she, was she discharged that night or later, I guess, that day?
I wanted them to keep her, but they were kind of being rude, to say the least. They said she would have to stay in the emergency department that night because they didn't have any reason to keep her. So I'm like, well, I'm not gonna let her stay in the emergency room all night, or not the emergency department. I said, we'll take her home.
When she was discharged that night, was it the same? She still couldn't ambulate on her own? She'd still need your assistance? And was she still using her oxygen?
Yes, that's 24/7. She never was without it.
So you all took her back to Knoxville with you?
Said yes.
Yes.
And then the picture that we saw earlier was taken a couple days later. How long after that was it that your mom had, that she passed?
7 days later, I got up, and I worked from home, so I went into my office and went ahead and started working. But then I came back through to check on Mom because I was letting her sleep in my bed, the big bed, and I was sleeping in a twin bed. But when I came back in there, she was completely despondent. I mean, I thought she had passed right then, but we called the ambulance and they took her, and then she passed the next day.
Have you talked to the defendant at all since this whole incident happened?
No.
So the person, we've been talking about him, your brother, and that was staying with your mom, is he present here in the courtroom today, Ms. Bright?
Yes.
Can you tell us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
Record reflects you identified the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bright, they'll have some questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you, Ms. Brake, you, sounds like you spoke to your mom pretty frequently, is that right? Up until her passing, you spoke to her, would you say it was every day, every couple of days?
Yes.
You spoke to her every day?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that on account of you always calling her, or would she sometimes call you?
No, I would always call her.
You would always call her. So how long has it been since she's rang you up, called you?
Well, I mean, there would be times if she needed to tell me something after I'd already talked to her, she'd call me back.
Gotcha.
Or if I didn't call her every day, she'd definitely call me to make sure that.
Yeah, I understand
everything
that.
was all right.
I understand that. So it would be accurate to say that on occasion she would call you, she could call you, she knew how to do that. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Yes.
And I know, General Jenkins mentioned, I guess she's got a cordless phone. Is that something that, do you know, probably can use it throughout the house, but do you know like where its little base station or where its charging station was? Where was that at inside the house?
It's right beside her bed.
Okay. So it's something she can at least move that far to get to it?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so she can get to it, she can use it, she can call you. Were you aware, did she call other folks? Did she call other family members?
Occasionally.
Sure.
She didn't use it a lot. No.
Gotcha. And you said she did not have a cell phone?
No.
Okay, so that, I'm assuming she wouldn't use someone else's cell phone to text or send any emails or stuff like that?
I don't think she knew how to text.
I understand that. There was a day and time where all of us were like that. So she could use it. She would sometimes call you, sometimes call other folks, but I understand not all the time. In speaking about your brother, Mr. MILLSAPS, Ronnie, I know that you said that. So the day before, General Jenkins was asking you about, kind of some interactions you were having with not only your mom but also your brother. One thing you mentioned is that he appeared as though he was intoxicated to you. Is that something that, from your direct observation, you could tell, or is it any information that you've gotten from your mom, like, hey, he's been drinking, or oh my gosh, hey, he's messed up, I can't handle him? Is that something that you received any information that day about him drinking, or is that totally with your own observations can tell?
For that day, it was my observation.
Sure.
But after I spoke with my mom on the next day, she said that he had an alcohol bottle with him in the room.
And that's on the 11th, the day of the incident we're talking about. Gotcha. Because you hadn't been there that specific day, right?
No.
Right. How often would you go over to visit? I understand it sounds like you were going over, give Ronnie a break, cook, visit.
I tried my best to go at least twice a week.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes it would just be once a week.
Sure. When you would go over, was it frequent that Ronnie, your brother, would be there as well as your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware, was he working, out of work, or?
I think he was on vacation or on leave or.
Gotcha. But when you travel over there and think back, because in my mind, I'm thinking back to the past weeks and the months and maybe even the past year we're talking about. We'll talk about even that far back. Same kind of habits you've got as far as I'm trying to go over there once or twice a week, see her, visit with her, help her out if she needs that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Is it frequently the case, always the case, seldom the case that Ronnie's there with her? Just think back to about the past
He was there
year.
most of the time, unless unless I was there or my sister.
Sure.
He didn't like to leave her by herself.
Gotcha. So somebody else could come, give him a break. He could go run around, do errands, or do something like that, or just take a break.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you recall in other instances of going over, I know you said, hey, that's my own observations on the 10th as he's intoxicated. What made it apparent to you that he'd been drinking? Something that you smelled, something that you saw, how he talked?
He would get more, angry or defensive and just hard to reason with.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
Gotcha. Had you had the occasion on prior instances to see him drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Has he ever sought any help for
Yes.
problems as far as drinking goes?
Yes.
He has done that, you know that? Are you aware, well, let me ask a couple of questions about this and it might make that question make more sense to you. I know you said on the 10th that you labeled it, you all were bickering back and forth, you and Ronnie. You all were talking about, or excuse me, he was talking about being upset because of cutting some bushes. Even, and General pointed out, surely that's what he had to be mad about? You recall that?
Yeah, there was also some discussion about me being the executor over Mom's estate. He was upset about that, and he would continually accuse me of saying I was stealing money from Mom. But that was only when he was intoxicated. He didn't really bring that up unless he was intoxicated.
Right. I mean, was he able to point to some concrete evidence that he thought he had in making accusations like that and getting upset over these things?
Well, when Mom had her will done, she had he told Mom that it would probably be best that I was executor since I lived in the area. At the time, Ronnie and Amanda a lot of times did not live in close proximity to Mom, so that's the reason I was made the executor. And then the lawyer also said that I needed to be on the bank account with her.
Mm-hmm.
So if something happened, and so that's why I was on the bank account, but, something happened to her, somebody else needed access.
Right. That day, we'll think back to this, the day before this incident, and some of your interaction with him, discussion with him, and him being upset. I mean, you said several times that he seemed like he was very upset, bitter, y'all were bickering, had to do with maybe having to go out and do some yard work, maybe mother's care, just different and random things, it sounds like. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Previous to this point in time, are you aware of any kind of like mental health treatment or problems that Mr. MILLSAPS was trying to seek help for?
Yes, over the years, past couple of years, I would discuss with him, are you seeking, like talking to a counselor or, and he would advise, yes, because I was concerned
Sure.
about him, about his drinking and other things that had happened that had caused him a lot of, anguish.
Right.
Um,
And you keep going on. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there.
And then, he did go to the Erlanger at 1.2 for alcohol treatment for a week. But when he wasn't drinking, there would be spans and he'd be really good. We didn't have any issues. But once the alcohol came in effect, it was just a different story.
Right, and I know you said that it seems like, he would be there frequently at the house. And just me speaking with him, it sounds like he held some pretty important and pretty nice jobs.
Yes.
Well-paying jobs,
Yes.
well-respected jobs, jobs with security clearances, all kinds of things. did that ever begin to be a problem, his alcohol use or his, if you're aware, his alcohol use or his, any kind of mental health issues, did that ever raise its head and begin to be a problem for him, if you're aware?
Well, I know, when his wife passed, that was very traumatic on him. And he, went through a bad spell then.
Sure.
And then he had last year, there was a lady that he had been dating, and she passed in a car wreck, and that was very traumatic.
Sure.
So there had been a lot of things that had been building up that was really hard on him.
Gotcha. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No,
All right, ma'am, you can step down and back outside, please.
now the state would call Darren break.
Tracy. Come up here, please.
So if we just step over that on.
Over here, please. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth? Yes, sir. Please have a seat.
Mr. Brake, if you wouldn't mind, if you could state your first and last name, if you could spell it for us.
Darren, D-A-R-R-E-N, Brake, B-R-A-K-E.
And, Mr. Brake, we just heard from Stacy Brake, and she is your,
Wife
and, Joy MILLSAPS, what's your relationship to her?
was my mother-in-law,
And then the defendant in this case, Ronnie MILLSAPS?
was my brother-in-law.
Okay. Back on June the 10th, 2024, the day before this whole incident occurred, did you go with your wife out to the residence here in Blount County?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And were you concerned in any way about her visiting her mom that day?
I was very fearful for her
And why was that?
because he had been belligerent all weekend, sending her text messages. When those certain text messages would come through, he knew that he was drunk and belligerent, and we were fearful.
But she went ahead and went to see her mom anyway the day before.
The day before that Monday, yes, whatever Monday, the date of that Monday was, yes.
So after she got back from visiting her mom that day, can you tell us what happened, I guess, the next day as things sort of began to happen?
The next day, early, I'd say usually Joy would sleep, she would try to sleep to about, I don't know, but Stacy tried to call about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, no answer?
No, it was like the phone was off the hook, like beep, 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 beep. She contacted Mr. MILLSAPS, who was drunk by this time and belligerent, and said that you needed to come down here and fix the phone. And that's when I told her, please do not go down there, I'm very fearful for you.
This was on June the 11th.
Yes, ma'am, that is
Okay.
the day of the incident, whatever the day of the incident was.
All right. So you've asked her not to go, so does she get to talk to her mom?
Eventually,
And how does that go?
she called her mom, and her mom was fearful, and that's what I was told. My wife was in her little office in the side room, and I was in the hall. We were talking. She was on the phone with her mother and asked me to call 911. I immediately called 911, said that there needed to be some type of check, elderly lady, etc. Would you please do that? She said yes.
This is dispatch said yes?
This is the dispatch, and the dispatch also stated that to keep Joy on the phone with Stacy, do not hang up the phone, keep that line of communication open, and if anything happened or anything else, then to call back to 911.
Okay, so I guess the first call then, you talk to them and then you hang up?
Yes, well, the call was done.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So is your wife, is Ms. Brake still on the phone with Joy at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am, sure is.
So then is there a second 911 call?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
All right, and how did that second one go?
The second one went because Stacy said that he said he's going out in a blaze of glory. I called 911 and said that Ronald MILLSAPS or something to that effect is going to go, said he's going to go out in a blaze of glory. 911 started asking me about it, were there any type of guns in the house, etc.
Did you provide them information that you knew from that?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you been to the house before?
I've been to I actually lived in the residence years ago.
Okay, did you know at that point in time whether there were likely guns present in the house?
Yes, I knew there were guns in the house.
So did you provide that information to 911?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. So tell us what happened as this phone call is continuing to go on.
So when she said that he was going to go out in a blaze of glory, I called back 911. And I'm sorry, I'm backing up again. I'm saying the same thing. After I was talking to 911 and saying several, he may have guns, here's where, they may be in a safe, I don't, blah, blah, blah. Approximately several minutes, maybe into the phone call, my wife screams, "Oh my God, he's got a gun, shots fired out." And my wife went hysterical.
Could you hear the shots
I
fired?
could hear the shots. My wife fell to the floor. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm sure that was upsetting to everybody.
It was a traumatic moment, to say the least.
At that point in time, did you know whether Joy was still alive? Once you
No,
heard-
ma'am, I had no idea.
So what's the next thing you could hear on the phone, if anything? Did you get the phone from your wife once your
Yes,
wife
ma'am.
sort
I
of
was
collapsed?
trying- Yes, ma'am. I was doing my best to calm down my wife, and I had her phone that she was speaking with her mother in my right here, in my right hand, and I had my phone that I was speaking with 911 dispatch in my left hand.
So I would assume when she collapsed and you get the phone, you're trying to talk to Joy, but also trying to tell dispatch, I've heard shots fired at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At some point, do you become aware that Joy is still alive and on the phone?
Yes, ma'am. It's the timeline, because it seems so surreal.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, ma'am, I did find out that Joy was not shot or injured.
Were you able to talk to her then during that time? Once you were on the phone with her and once you realized she's still alive, she's okay, physically, I guess, could you hear her? Could you talk to her?
I could talk to her, yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in the family, Mr. Bray?
Approximately 19 years.
And do you know Joy fairly well?
Yes, ma'am.
How did she sound on the phone?
She sounded scared, but tried to just maintain the calmness, probably not to upset the situation.
Her health, since you've known her, well, for the last couple of years, how is it?
Not good. She had breast cancer. She's a breast cancer survivor, and then came down with COPD approximately 10 years ago, maybe.
And you said at some point you and Joy, or excuse me, you and Stacy have lived in the house with Joy. Was that because Joy needed care, or?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, if we could turn back to once you've got Joy on the phone and you're talking to her, is she communicating with you anything about what's going on in the house?
Yes, ma'am. Dispatch was basically asking me where Ronald was at the time, what was he doing. We tried to keep the conversation to a minimum. Joy, are you okay? Because at certain times, shots would start ringing out again, and I would be, Joy, are you okay? Basically, it was either yes or no. Well, it was a yes answer. She was fine. Yes, and I would relay that back.
Okay. So you could hear the shots?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you hear the defendant saying anything, Ronnie Millsaps?
There were certain points when he would come into her bedroom. At one point, he said they would either have to kill me, I'm either gonna kill myself, or they'll have to kill me. And that's approximately about 17 minutes into the conversation.
And during that time, you've known Ronnie Millsaps the whole time that you've been married to his sister, right?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
Could you tell that it was Ronnie Millsaps that was talking in the background?
Yes, ma'am, that was his voice.
Do you recall how long it was from the time you called 911 until, I guess, Blount County SWAT was able to get to Joy?
When it was all over?
Yeah.
It was 1 hour and 40 some odd minutes.
I'm sure it felt longer than that to you.
Yes, ma'am, it felt like a lifetime, it still does.
Once he had been arrested and taken out of the house and Joy was taken, did you see her
Yes,
at
ma'am,
Blount
Blount
Memorial?
Memorial Hospital, yes, ma'am.
And how was she when you saw her at Blount Memorial?
They had sedated her to calm her down. And then she was released into our custody and was transported by ambulance to our home.
Mr. Bright, could she have stayed by herself?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, even before this incident on June 10th, was she capable of getting up out of the bed she might have been in and walking out of that house by
No,
herself? And then, of course, we've heard that she passed away.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it about a week later?
Yes, ma'am.
The person whose voice you could hear on the phone besides Joyce at the house that day, Mr. Brake, is he present here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify him for us for the record?
Yes, Ronald Millsaps, the
Record
gentleman in it.
reflect, he is identified as defendant, thank
Thank you, Mr. Millsap. Still have some questions for
you,
you,
sir.
okay?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for being here, Mr. Brake. I don't think I'll have very many questions for you. You said you've been within this Millsaps family for approximately 19 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for, would you say a vast majority of that you've been acquainted or have known Mr. Millsaps, Ronnie?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. With talking about the span of time that you've known him, I know you stated earlier that the day of and maybe the weekend before leading up to this event, you stated that defendant, Mr. Millsaps, was drunk. He was intoxicated.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
That's an accurate
Yes, sir.
statement. How could you tell? I know it might seem like a silly question, but what did you observe? What did you hear? What made you?
By reading the text that he sent to my wife, and every time that he would get drunk and belligerent, it was all about the estate and how he was going to get a lawyer and he was going to sue her. And it was never that when he was quote unquote sober.
Right. So that sounds like sounds like it's a frequent thing. It didn't just happen one or two times.
It was a telltale sign, and it happened consistently.
Gotcha. Has that been just recently? I know your mother-in-law seemed like she was, her health had been deteriorating for some time now, but has that been going on for far longer than just your mother-in-law's health?
Oh, yes, sir.
So years is?
Well, not years, no, sir.
Gotcha.
No, maybe months. Maybe.
Sure, gotcha, that's fair. So months, just, it would happen that the phone calls, the texts, the same old story on repeat, be fair to say that,
Yes, sir.
and we knew Ronnie's drunk.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, I
Yes,
gotcha. And something that you had in your mind that you don't need to go over there. Don't go over there, don't get involved in this, we don't need to, you're fearful, I think you said.
Yes, sir.
Understand. And I know that the day of, it sounds like Stacy, sounds like your wife was trying to get a hold of your mom. She talked about that, they talk very frequently, try to keep in touch with mom. In doing that, she was having some problem on the morning of the 11th.
Which was that Tuesday morning.
Right, that Tuesday, that's when
Okay.
busy signal or
Yes,
beep
sir.
beep, phone unavailable kind of
Yes, sir.
thing. And and I just to make sure I'm clear, it's at that time that you all call Blount County Sheriff's Department to get it, and somebody to maybe go do a welfare check to see, because, hey, we can't get a hold of mom. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay.
And also, we had contacted Ronald, and Ronald
Right.
refused to do anything about the phone and said that she needed to come down there.
Yeah, that was my next question. So is that before you all called to do the welfare check? You
Yes,
called
sir.
Ronnie and said, listen, we can't get a hold of mom. What's
Yes,
the
sir.
deal? Gotcha. That's fair to say.
Yes, sir.
And so when you all make that call to Ronnie, that's when he says, more or less, you all come and fix the phone. It's your problem. You deal with it. Something along those lines?
Yes, sir.
Did you make that phone call, or do you remember if your wife made that? Did she talk to Ronnie, or did you? Or maybe both of you talked to him?
It was my wife. I
Gotcha.
don't speak with Ronald.
I got you. And so that conversation happens. That's when you all call dispatch and ask them to do a welfare check.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And at some point in time, I guess your wife's still trying to get in touch with mom, even,
Yes, sir.
by continuing to call, same number.
Yes, sir.
And eventually she gets a hold of her.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And if you recall it, that's fine. If you don't, does Joy give any reason for, well, the phone was off the hook or the phone needed to be charged up? Are you aware?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Sure, that's okay. That's okay. But in any event, she gets a hold. She's talking to Joy. Stacy's talking to Joy. And it's during that point in time where she overhears something and says, call 911 to you, talking about Stacy telling you.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. You do that.
Yes, sir.
And in the process of at that point in time, you're on the phone and you maintain contact with 911 at that point. You're on the phone, you stay on the phone with them.
That was on the second call.
On the second call,
Yes,
right,
sir.
gotcha. And you do that, and you're on the phone at least until dispatch tells you, hey, we can hang up, deputies are on scene, or we've got other things to do. Is that fair?
No, that was the first call.
Well, as to the second call, just thinking
No,
about
she asked me to remain on the line.
the whole time.
Yes.
Gotcha. And you're doing that, you're hearing what you're hearing from her for a certain length of time, and it's at the point where I think your sister says, hey, there's gunshots, and I think you said you heard shots too through the
Yes.
receiver.
Yes.
Your sister becomes even more upset. Is that when you've got both phones at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. So you're trying to listen to both, talking and engaging with both folks?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Were you aware, there was a question that the dispatch maybe asked you about weapons. Were you aware that he owned firearms?
Oh, yes, sir.
Gotcha. Had you seen him or just talked about him, or just, how'd you know about
He's
him?
always talked about them, and it's always been known.
Gotcha. So that's not just been some recent interest or
No, sir.
purchases or anything like that? He's had guns, he's shot guns and been interested in them for a long time?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Anything that he ever said to you prior to this incident that would lead you to believe he had some ill will or ill intent towards law enforcement? Anything like that?
I haven't spoken to Mr. MILLSAPS and I don't know how long, so.
Gotcha. It's not fair to say y'all don't have a very great relationship, a good relationship at all?
Not at all.
Gotcha. Due to?
Mr. MILLSAPS.
Gotcha. Is that, what some of the testimony we've heard here today has to do with his alcohol use and things he does and doesn't do while he's using alcohol? Is that part of the reason that you don't?
That is exactly it, yes, sir.
Gotcha.
And the way that he treated his ill mother.
Gotcha.
His mother was bedridden. That's disgusting, pardon me.
Were you aware, had he ever sought any kind of help for alcohol abuse? Do you know?
He was went to Blount Memorial Psych Ward in January. They sent him somewhere in Chattanooga. And that's the most that I know of.
Gotcha. You aware of any medication or anything that he was trying to
No,
maintain or
I
continue?
have no idea. No,
Gotcha.
sir.
That's okay.
No, sir.
No, I appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, call you, can you step down back outside?
Thank you.
We're gonna call one witness out of order. She has significant medical issues, so I think she might be coming in different. Is that right?
She's gonna come to that door.
Yeah,
She's
through
in
that.
a wheelchair, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. You have a name?
Yes, Genevieve Reed. Is that right?
Is she gonna be able to take the witness stand?
I'm told she will, Your Honor, but General Small's in charge of this one, so.
Okay.
Your Honor, I spoke to General Small yesterday. Do you have a preference on where you'd have us stand on? Some of these witnesses might not.
I understand perhaps some of the witnesses hearing, maybe have some hearing
Right.
issues, so I don't mind, if you get closer than
Sure.
what we normally like.
And Your Honor, I don't know if council's had an opportunity to talk to them at all. Significant hearing issues.
Right.
Okay,
Some of them.
all right. Then, we'll get as close as we can make everybody feel comfortable.
Sure.
These are
Those are
witnesses?
not witnesses, those are her children, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're gonna be transporting her back.
Okay. You take your time. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
barely, but
okay, we're gonna speak really loudly, okay? And we want you to do the same, okay, please?
yes,
All right,
thank you.
all right. Everything's gonna be fine, I promise. I promise.
Oh, God, you're taking pictures of me and everything.
It'll be all right, man. They're taking pictures of everybody.
You think we're gonna be here?
Well, it's gonna be okay, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you listen to this young man right here, he's gonna ask you a few questions, all right?
Now, I don't care.
Is she sworn in, Your Honor?
Ma'am, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth?
Pardon me?
You're gonna tell me the truth today, the questions you're asked, correct?
Exactly what I know.
That's all we want. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Good morning, Miss Reed.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm here.
You're doing all right?
No, but I'm here.
Okay, we'll get through it,
I'm
okay?
getting more nervous by the minute.
Okay, well, you
I'm
just,
sorry.
no, it's okay. You work right with me here, okay? Can you spell your name for me?
Genevieve.
All right, thank you, Miss Reed. You live here in Blount County, right?
Yes,
What's your address?
103 Rockford Heights Road
Okay, and you said that's here in Blount County, right?
in Rockford.
Okay, down in Rockford. So back on June 11th of this year, do you remember that day?
Yes, sir, very well.
Okay. Did you have a chance to talk to some police officers that day?
Yes,
All right. Tell me, what out of the ordinary happened that day?
I'll just tell you like I've been in the beginning.
Okay.
I was in the kitchen. The house next door is empty, and it was after 12 o'clock. And I heard this heard before. It was a real loud buzz, real heavy, just constant. And then something, there's the window, there was a sound under the window as if it was a piece of tin there being hit, but there wasn't one there.
Okay,
So I just thought, my house is brick, so that isn't it, so I went out on the porch, from the kitchen onto the porch, opened the window, stuck my head out to see if something had hit the heating and air conditioning system.
okay. And your porch, is that on the back of your house?
I walked out of the kitchen and onto the porch, yes,
Okay.
back,
Uh-huh,
and the window hadn't been shot then, the window was okay, there's windows, the whole, it's just, and I opened one of the windows on the side and looked out and didn't see anything, so then I came back to the front of the house
okay,
and went out, and when I looked out, my yard was full of policemen, I had no doubt, how the hell they were there.
okay.
So they just told me to go back inside, lock the doors and not come out, so that's what I did, and then I saw on Channel 6 what was happening in my yard,
Okay,
and that's all I know.
that's all you know, okay. Miss Reed, I want to show you some pictures, if I may. Miss Reed, I want you to, if you will, look through these pictures with me real
Okay.
quick, okay?
Yes,
All right, we'll look at that one,
that is the back side of my house
This
with
is-
the windows shut. Yes.
okay?
This is the front.
This is the front right here?
Yes,
Okay. And the next one you said is the back?
yes.
What is what's this third picture right here?
That is the side, this is the porch,
Okay,
and this is the side, that's where I thought the bullet was hitting this, and that's, I looked out the window.
okay,
And then I came out and opened this window,
okay.
stuck my head out.
And when you say you thought the bullet was hitting this, you're pointing to your AC
Well,
unit?
I didn't, yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's what that is, okay. Do you recognize this picture right here?
This is my porch, and this is where the, I guess this is the window. Oh, wait, now I can't get, this is the back side of my porch.
Okay,
So I guess this is the window that was hit.
okay,
Yes, yes, these little windows on the side were open, and this one, the bullet, you know, it shattered it too.
okay. Now I'm gonna show you another picture. Do you recognize this one right here?
Well, yes, this is my porch.
Okay,
This is the side of the porch, because I reckon, you know, this was hanging there. So this is, but this is the window.
okay.
Of course, they put the bullet holes.
And you're pointing to this hole right up here?
That's it.
Okay,
And then there was shattered glass, you know.
Okay.
On the side.
do you recognize this picture? Is that part of your porch?
Well, this is the outside,
Okay, that's the outside?
I guess, isn't it? It looks like the outside.
Okay,
Yes, I'm sure.
okay. I'm gonna go to the next picture here. Can you tell me what this picture is?
This is the pillow that the bullet went through. This is a chair that's sitting at the back of where the bullet came through.
Okay,
That's the pillow that.
okay. And I've got one more picture. Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is my porch.
Okay,
This is the back of the chair, I guess, that was against the window.
okay.
Yes,
So that's the back, okay?
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna talk to the judge just a second, okay? Your Honor, I would ask that these come in the state's collective exhibit number 4.
Collected four.
All right, I've got just a couple more questions, Ms. Reed, okay? I want to go back to the picture of your back porch with the window. The up close one right there, all right. So you see that hole in that window right there?
Yes, that's the bullet hole.
Okay, so before June 11th, was that hole there? No, it wasn't? Okay. And I'm going to show you a picture, again, of the pillows.
Yes.
That picture right there, you said there's some damage to that pillow, that one right there.
You can see the stuff is coming out.
The stuffing in the pillows coming out?
Yes.
Okay, and I know it may sound like a silly question, but I'm gonna ask it, was that pillow like that before June 11th?
No.
No, it wasn't, okay. And Miss Reed, while all this is happening, you are in your house, is that right?
Yes.
And you said you were kinda in the kitchen area?
I was in the kitchen and directly goes out onto the porch from the end of the kitchen.
Okay, how far would you say you were away from that pillow that was struck? If you had to, if I made you guess, what would you say?
Oh, you know, I have no idea in footage wise.
Okay,
It wasn't, since the shot, I guess, came from an angle,
mm-hmm,
it didn't, it was close to where I was, but the bullet, I guess, lodged down close to the floor,
okay,
just at the door. There was two, doors,
sure,
glass doors went on the porch,
okay,
and on the side, the living room side,
okay,
there was, it landed just by the door,
okay,
near the floor.
okay. And so, fair to say you were pretty close to where this pillow was?
Too close.
Too close. Yes, ma'am. At this point, Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
Ms. Patterson.
This young lady right here is gonna ask you a couple questions too, Ms. Reed, okay? You're welcome.
Hi, Ms. Reed, can you hear me okay? Okay, so I'm just gonna ask you a couple of follow-up questions, okay? So you live at 1103, is that Jacob Springs?
103, do I live? No, I live at 103 Rockford Heights Road.
Okay. So that would be sort of over here, right? Can you see this?
On the corner, yes.
Okay, and the MILLSAPS house, sort of catty corners yours across the
Yes,
street?
I believe the house was the second house on the street behind me.
Okay, so they're behind you. Okay. Have you ever talked to the MILLSAPS before?
No, never met them, no.
Okay. Now, what window was it exactly that sounded like it was being hit, the one that was above your AC unit?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The noise I heard was the shooting, which was constant.
Okay.
And it was between my house and the house next door was the shooting that I heard and went out to see what was happening.
Okay, so the first thing that got your attention that day was gunfire, just outside.
Well, it was such a loud, constant noise, I didn't know what it was.
Okay, so you went outside to see what it
I went
was.
out on the porch and opened the window and put my head out.
And what did you see when you put your head out?
Nothing, I didn't see anything. So that's the reason I went to the front of the house. I was gonna walk across the driveway in front of the garage and look to see if my heating unit had been hit with something. I'm sorry, I'm rattling on, but that's all I'm doing.
No, you're doing good, you're doing good. Okay, so when you walked out to the front of the house, that's when you saw the police?
Yes,
Okay, do you know how long it was between when you heard the gunfire and when you saw the police?
no, I don't. I just, wasn't but a few minutes because I just walked through the house.
But you said you didn't know when the police got there, you didn't hear them
No,
get there?
no, they were there when I looked out, when I went to the front of the house. The policemen were there.
Okay,
One of them came over and told me to come back in the house and I locked my doors.
now when you came in the house and locked the doors, you were inside your house, you weren't
Yes.
in your porch, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and whenever you were in the house with the doors locked, did you peek through the windows at any point after
No,
that?
I didn't. I went down, out, back into the house, with the TV on, because I saw reporters out on somewhere, and turned the TV on, and then I had 2 or 3 friends call to ask me if I was okay. They saw my yard full of policemen. I'm sorry.
No, you're doing good, you're doing good. Okay, so you were pretty preoccupied after the police told you to come back in, right? You're watching the news, you're calling people on the phone.
I wasn't all that excited then. I had said that I was fine.
Okay.
I just sat there until, I don't know, somebody called me.
Did you see the pillow split? We saw a picture of the pillow sort of being split. Did you
No.
see that happen?
No, I didn't see that happen. That was, I had come back inside the house. I just felt, forgive me a minute, I didn't see the pillow until or the bullet hole, until I came back in to my house and was going out the front door. And And sometime after that, not very long, I looked out. Anyway, the bullet was not there when I went out on the porch the first time to look. So that happened after I went back into my house. And I don't know when that happened, it was between those times.
Okay, so you know it happened when you were inside the house. You didn't see it happen when you were inside the house, right? It was just afterwards you could tell?
No, I heard the shooting, but I didn't look out.
Okay. And so you don't know from what direction the shooting was coming
Well,
from?
yes, and you can tell by looking at it, it's from an angle.
Okay,
So there's a house directly behind me, and then the house next door to that house, which is very close to my yard. But
and do you know who shot your house?
I have no idea who did it. I don't know the man. I just know that it was shot from that direction, and that house is empty, and I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, you did very well. Thank you, Ms. Reed. No further questions.
Can I ask you one or two more questions, Ms. Reed? That'd be all right. Your back porch, is it connected to your house?
Yes,
There's not a hallway or an outside portion or anything, it's right on the house?
I walked directly out of my kitchen onto the porch.
Okay, one last question. If you will, that pillow that you said that we're looking at right here, if you're standing in your kitchen right now, would you say, if I'm standing right here, that this is about the distance to the pillow? Or would it be a little bit further or a little bit closer?
Just, that's about right, because the pillow was the chair was sitting up against the back of the porch.
Okay,
So it was, you know, at an angle.
at an
The
angle.
shot was ended in my living room,
Okay, so,
which is connected to my kitchen.
okay, so would you say about where I'm standing from you is where that bullet landed?
Yes,
Okay, and so we're maybe 6 feet, maybe 5 feet from each other, is that about right now? Would you,
maybe five,
maybe 5?
very close.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Reed. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Bastion, anything else?
I'm just wiggling your arm. Okay, Ms. Reed, I'm just gonna go through it again just to make sure I understand, okay?
Do we really need to?
It's gonna be real quick, Your Honor.
You wouldn't understand what I said the first time.
I think I confused myself. Okay, so when you went out, saw the police in your front yard, your pillow was fine, right?
I didn't understand.
When you went out to your front yard and you saw the police there, the pillow was still intact, it was still fine at that point?
It was at the back of the house. I went out the door at the front of the house.
Yes.
So I came through the kitchen into the living room to the front of the house.
Okay, and when you went through, the pillow was fine, right? It's
I
when you
don't know.
returned?
Now, I can't tell you that.
Okay, okay.
I had looked out and I was coming out to the front. That's what I told you before. I was going to the front of the house. And that's when the policeman told me to go in and then turn the TV on and everybody else knew what was going on. I got calls from friends checking it Sunday, and that's all I can tell you.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
We're done.
None of y'all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed, thank you. You get to go home now. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is gonna take a while, right?
Yes.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, thank you. So much, Ms. Lee. Thank you very much.
Sir, while we're in a break, can I put this at the jury, at the witness stand?
You know what? I can't tell you if you can do that. Sam can. The officer can tell you that. I'm fine with it. He's,
Well, we've got, VLT's already got their mic up there, so.
okay. Sergeant Tucker.
Yes.
He had a question.
I have an answer. It's probably a smart ass one. What can I do for you? You're a good man. I'm having a hard time hearing the witness stand. Can I set this up there?
Yes.
I promise.
I may have to do the same thing.
Whatever you need to do, just, I can hear everybody up here real good.
That's 432, you never.
General?
All right, state calls Deputy Corbin Smith.
Deputy, if you raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth. Yes, sir. All right, have a seat, please.
Morning, Deputy. Will you state your name for the record, please?
Corbin Smith,
And can you spell your first name?
Corbin,
Thank you. And where are you employed, Deputy Smith?
Blount County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
4.5 years.
And do you have any law enforcement experience prior to working for the Sheriff's Office? What is your current assignment with the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to evening shift patrol.
And is that where you were assigned back in June of 2011?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, June 11th of 2024,
Yes.
not June of 2011. I bet you weren't with the Sheriff's Office then.
I know you.
Let me ask you, evening shift, what time does evening shift typically run?
From 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And that's what the shift you're on likewise in June?
Yes.
All right. And how does that set up? Are there different areas, the shift patrols? How does the Sheriff's Office do that?
The county is split up into 4 zones, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The south end is zone 1 and 2, the north end is zone 3 and 4. And we're just, wherever we're assigned is where we work.
All right. And are there particular backup assignments to those assignments?
Yes. You have one deputy, most of the time 1 or 2 assigned to a certain zone, and then you have a backup that's assigned to the south and north end.
Back on June 11th, 2024, what was your assignment on that day?
I was back up north.
Back up north?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have cause to be dispatched to 1105 Jacob Springs Road?
Yes,
Is that in Blount County, Tennessee?
it is.
Now, where about in Blount County is that?
It's off of Knoxville Highway.
Okay. And what was the nature of the dispatch you responded to?
We received a phone call. We were told that there was an elderly female inside of a residence that had made contact with some of her other family members and said that the power had been shut off to the house and she needed her oxygen and she was unable to get it.
Okay. And do you know what time it was you arrived at that location?
Around 3:30.
And had you previously been to that location before?
I believe it's been a few years.
But you had at least on one occasion?
Yeah.
Do you have some familiarity with the parties that resided there?
Somewhat.
Okay. You said you arrived around 3:30, is that correct? Did anyone else arrive with you on scene?
Deputy Edward Walker,
Okay. And let me ask you, what were you wearing that day?
what I'm wearing right now.
Okay, so for the record, it's what appears to be just a fully marked sheriff's office uniform?
Yeah, the only thing difference is I was wearing a short sleeve and this is a long sleeve.
Okay.
Same badge, collar brass and everything.
And did you ride with Deputy Walker, or did you ride separately?
We have separate cruisers.
Okay, how would you describe your vehicle you arrived in?
It's a white Ford Explorer. It's got green lettering on the side, Blount County Sheriff, with emergency lights on top and around the vehicle.
So just the typical standard cruiser you'd see out on the road as a sheriff's office cruiser? What did you and Deputy Walker, and I'm sorry to ask, was Deputy Walker kind of dressed the same and in the same type of vehicle?
Yes.
And where did you all park when you arrived at the residence?
We went down to the end of the cul-de-sac, made a U-turn and parked in front of the residence.
So pretty,
Just on the side of the road.
just
Very
right,
low
pretty,
house.
any lot of trees or vegetation between you and the windows of the house or anything like that? Okay. What did you and Deputy Walker do upon arriving at the residence?
We exited our cruisers, we approached the front of the house, Deputy Walker knocked on the front door, and I stood back.
And did he receive any answer at the front door?
He did not.
And after he received no answer, what did you do or what did he do?
He made his way around the side of the house, not exactly sure what he was doing. Most of the time, we're checking in the windows, make sure we can see anything out of the ordinary. I went to the front door and rang the doorbell, see if I can get an answer.
And did you get any sort of response?
I did not.
Okay. Now, while y'all are checking, do you receive any additional information from dispatch related to the nature of the call?
Dispatch called in to me and Deputy Edward Walker over the radio and advised us that the male individual who was in the residence stated over the phone that if we entered that house, we were going down the blaze of glory.
Now, does that change your perception of all of the call you're on?
Yes, we perceived it as somewhat of a threat or a threat, and I drew my weapon.
Okay, so what, you go from just knocking on the door to try to make contact. What is kind of your plan at this point in time?
Whenever we were told that information, we fell back a little bit, kind of get a more advantageous position to get a little bit of cover between us and the house.
Did anybody take any action to provide better cover from where you were originally at?
I went up to the garage around the corner, kind of around the corner of the house. Deputy Walker went to his cruiser and moved it to the driveway directly across from the residence where we were at.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
To provide, he was gonna set up, get a more advantageous position. He was gonna get his patrol rifle out and get in cover.
All right. While Deputy Walker is repositioning his vehicle, did something occur that brought you into contact with the defendant?
Like I said, I was standing at the corner of the house, right beside the garage. The garage door started to open. I kind of took a few steps to the side to get more cover from the house. The garage door probably got about halfway to 3/4 of the way up, and I heard Deputy Walker start giving commands, and then I came around the corner and looked in the garage and made contact with the individual inside the house.
Now, when you say Deputy Walker was giving commands, what kind of commands was he giving?
Show me your hands.
All right. Did you give similar types of commands?
I did.
And the individual you saw in the garage, how would you describe that individual?
Gray hair. I believe he was wearing blue jeans, a hoodie, and had a beard.
Is he in the courtroom here today?
He is.
Could you please identify him?
Record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Thank you. What did this individual do when you and Deputy Walker gave him orders to show his hands?
I believe he said something to the effect of "God damn it," and threw his hands up and ran back inside.
They ran back inside the residence?
Ran back inside the residence.
Okay. I guess after he's retreated back inside the residence, what do you and Deputy Walker do? Or what do you do?
There was a silver Mustang in the driveway. I fell back and took cover for a brief second behind the Mustang. Deputy Walker yelled out to me to move back, that he'd cover me. I ran back to the cruiser with Deputy Walker and took cover behind it.
And that is parked across the street, the residence across the street? So both you and Deputy Walker are now positioned with each other behind that cruiser, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What happens when you get to cover behind the cruiser?
Maybe, I'd say probably 10 seconds, if that, we started taking gunfire.
Okay. Was it just one gunshot, or how would you describe it?
I would say it's probably over 100.
Okay.
Over 100 rounds.
And let me ask, to be clear, prior to you taking any gunfire, had either of you discharged your weapons?
No.
Had either of you given any verbal or made any verbal threats other than "show me your hands"? Had you said anything at all to the individual in that residence?
No.
Could you tell where the gunfire was coming from?
We couldn't pinpoint it, no.
Okay. Could you tell which house it was coming from?
We knew the house it was coming from, just couldn't pinpoint the exact
Okay.
location.
So what do you and Deputy Walker do once you start taking fire?
We just stay behind the vehicle. We're trying to pinpoint exactly where it's coming from.
All right. Would you all have relayed any information to dispatch?
I believe Deputy Walker did. I did. We got over the radio and told them that we were taking shots and that shots had been fired. We couldn't pinpoint the exact location.
Okay. So in general now, if you're on evening shift and it comes over the radio that an officer's under fire, what is going to be the response from law enforcement?
Any unavailable units are going to respond.
Okay. And is that what happened in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. So you and Deputy Walker are positioned behind the cruiser. You know that units are coming. What is sort of your plan of action at that point in time, waiting, I guess, for the cavalry to arrive, for lack of a better term?
We're trying, like I said, we're trying to pinpoint the exact location so maybe we can protect ourselves, maybe fire back if we can. If not, at the very minimum, stay alive and make sure we don't get hit.
Did you or Deputy Walker return fire?
No.
Why not?
We didn't know where the gunfire, other than we knew the residence it was coming from, but we didn't know exactly where. We had the information that there was an elderly female in there. We didn't know where at. We didn't want to shoot and not know we were hitting.
So you want to see your target before you fired, basically?
Right.
Okay. At some point in time, was one of you struck by gunfire?
Deputy Walker was hit first. Yes.
Okay. And where was he hit?
In his right leg.
And what did you do when Deputy Walker was struck in the right leg?
He was kind of up on the side of he was on the side of his car at that point. He was struck in the leg with gunfire. He took a step back. I kind of grabbed his belt and pulled him back a little bit. He was leaning up against the back of the cruiser. I pulled out my tourniquet out of my pocket, my right pocket in my pants leg.
And what is a tourniquet, you know, just to be clear?
It's just basically just a Velcro strap, and then you undo it, you put it around whatever extremity's been hit, you pull that Velcro strap as tight as you can get it, and then you twist the, I can't remember the exact terminology of it, but there's something you twist, and you twist it as tight as you can get it, and then you put a strap over that, and it's supposed to stop the blood flow, whatever extremity you put it on.
Is that some basic first aid training you received in the Sheriff's Academy?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all try to apply the tourniquet to Deputy Walker?
I tried to apply it to him, I guess due to the circumstances. He handed me his patrol rifle to provide cover, and he put it on the rest of the way.
So how are you, so he's applying the tourniquet and you're providing cover with a rifle, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. While this is going on, at some point, is someone else hit by a gunshot?
Yes.
And who was that?
I was struck in the right leg.
Okay, where on the right leg were you struck?
Right above the knee, just to the left. It entered to the left side above my knee and came out with a couple inches up my thigh.
Okay. I'm gonna approach real quick.
Yes.
You recognize this photograph, Deputy?
Yes, sir.
What is that a photograph of?
My gunshot wound.
All right. I'd ask this come in as exhibit number 4, please.
5.
Is this the photo I've shown you here, Deputy, of the shot you got on that day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What did you do once you were struck by the gunfire?
Deputy Walker took his rifle back, and I took his tourniquet off of him and applied it on my leg.
Was what sort of sensation did you feel when you were struck?
It just felt, it didn't really, it wasn't more, it didn't really hurt, it was just more of a pressure. And I could tell, it knocked my leg back, I could tell something had hit my leg, and then I looked down and there was just blood coming out of my pants leg.
So at this point in time, both you and Deputy Walker have been struck by gunfire. You're still pinned down behind the vehicle, is that accurate?
Right.
And you're still taking on heavy gunfire?
Right.
I mean, what is the plan at this point in time, Deputy?
At this point, after we've been hit, we're just trying to get out, trying to stay alive.
And I know this may be a hard question, but what's going through your mind at this time? You've been struck by gunfire and you're still taking shots.
I felt helpless, scared, probably the scariest I've ever been in my life. The only thing I could think about was my family and going home to my 1-year-old daughter.
Thank you. Do you know how long you were pinned down behind that vehicle taking gunfire?
I'd say approximately 15 minutes.
And were you eventually able to extricate yourself from that location and get to a relative point of safety?
Yes, we were.
And how did that occur?
We had a deputy that arrived on scene shortly after we got on the radio. He had taken a defensive position behind us and was returning fire. And then we had, I think it was a 4 or 5 man team come up behind the house that we were stuck in front of to the left of us and laid down gunfire while we were able to run out the back. Around the house, over a fence, through the backyard, and onto Old Knox Flyway, where I was picked up by an ambulance.
And where were you transported to?
UT Medical Center.
And Deputy, were you wearing a sheriff's office issued police worn camera that day?
I was.
And have you reviewed the footage from that body worn camera?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately capture the events that unfolded that day?
Yes.
I'd ask to play that video at this time. Yeah, I assume the change there was when you all were informed of the Blaze of Glory comment?
Yes.
Last time we were here, his bedroom was this window on the left. Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Shots fired, 10 shots. We're pinned down behind my vehicle, take this off. Second house on the right. Can you see it though? No. Okay. Townsen in the leg, right leg. You ready? I need to turn it. You know what? Alright. Here we go. Watch the numbers. Simple. Behind this cruiser, when you pull out, cover. Take her off. Cover. Simple. Yeah, this is your visual right now. getting it off the ground with the pin.
Deputy Smith, from there, are you able to make your way over to Old Knoxville Highway where I believe there's a parent?
I guess that was against the
We went down the road a little bit more, if you're going out of frame, out of town. And I was laying on the embankment, and I believe it was one of the marshals with medical experience. Got my pant leg open and started packing it, and he tightened the tourniquet a little bit more.
Were you transported, I'm guessing, UT Hospital?
UT Hospital by ambulance, yes.
What was the extent of the wound to your leg, and what medical treatment have you had to receive since then?
The entry wound was probably about, I could stick my index finger in it, probably up to my first knuckle. And then the exit wound was probably about the size of a golf ball, maybe half an inch into my leg, in depth. Several x-rays, MRIs. I had to pack it for about a month and a half every single day, make sure it was clean, didn't get infected. And then I have surgery as well.
You still have surgeries occurring?
Yes.
Yeah. And I assume you're not back on duty, full-time duty yet, is that correct?
Just light duty, just sent to office.
Pass the witness, John.
All right.
Deputy Smith, my name is Matthew Elrod. I just have a few questions for you. I'd like to say I'm sorry that you were shot and injured that day. I truly am sorry for that. General, just asking, are you, with the surgeries, with the treatments, that you're feeling better, getting better physically?
Yes.
Right. That day, you all arrived, and we've watched the video. You arrived, and I think, is it fair to say the sum total of your interaction with Mr. MILLSAPS was him exclaiming some expletive and retreating back inside? No other communications that you all had to get, amongst you and him, or Deputy Walker and the defendant, no other communications?
Not personally.
Gotcha. You couldn't hear him holler out anything, you couldn't hear him say anything other than the interaction in the garage?
Correct.
You said that you were familiar with the residents there. Had you been to that address, that 1105 Jacob Springs Road before?
Off the top, from my knowledge, if I had to guess a time frame, it's probably been a couple of years.
A couple of years? Gotcha. Was that something that you were personally involved with going out there?
Yes.
What, do you recall what kind of incident that
I
was?
believe it was some type of domestic situation.
Had you had an occasion to meet Mr. MILLSAPS at that point in time?
I believe so. I believe he was at the residence, yes.
Anything of note that you remember about him, what was going on that time, or what was happening around that time?
Like I said, it's a domestic situation. I believe it was him, I think it was another family member, maybe a brother or brother-in-law or something, and their mother. And they were just not getting along. They were arguing about something.
Gotcha. Do you remember, did anybody go to jail that day?
No.
Gotcha. You remember if it was, were there any violence or threats of violence towards one person or the other? Were you able to determine?
Not that I remember.
More times than not, if that's happening, somebody's going to jail if that's going on. You remember, was alcohol was that involved in that at that time?
Not that I can recall.
Or any, I should say alcohol, any drugs or anything like that, remember if that was an issue at the time?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Just one moment. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, I did need to make that video exhibit 6, please.
Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy, you can step down. Okay, next witness.
Your Honor, Deputy Edward Walker, please. Thank you.
Deputy, if you would raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today is true.
I do.
Seat, please.
I don't know if it's morning or afternoon yet, Deputy. Good morning for 3 more minutes. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Thank you. Will you state your name, please?
Edward Thomas Walker Jr.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Blount County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
About two and a half years.
And do you have any law enforcement experience prior to working for the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
I do.
Where is that at?
Down in Palm Beach County, Florida.
And how long were you there?
Just a little shy of 2.5 years.
I assume you moved up to Blount County, and continued your law enforcement career here?
That's correct.
Deputy, what is your current assignment at the Sheriff's Office?
Road patrol.
And what shift are you on?
I'm on evenings, which is 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And how does a shift work? Are there different patrol areas, or how is that situated?
Yeah, we have a Zone 1, Zone 2, 3 and 4, backup north, backup south, and a county backup, along with the supervisors.
Okay. And just in general, what are your typical duties while you're on patrol?
Answering any calls, any proactivity, traffic stops, stuff like that, consensual encounters.
Deputy, if I could please direct your attention to June 11th of 2024. Were you on duty on that day?
I was.
Again, on evening shift?
Yes, sir.
And what zone were you assigned to?
I was in Zone 3.
All right. And did you have a call to be dispatched to 1105 Jacob Springs Road?
Yes.
Okay. And how long had you been on shift when you got dispatched out there?
About 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
Okay. And had you recently been off work for a little bit before that?
I was off on paternity leave for 3 weeks. And this was about 20 minutes into my second shift back is when we got the call.
Okay. And 1105 Jacob Springs Road, is that in Blount County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. And what was the nature of the dispatch that sent you there?
I believe it came out as a domestic disturbance, but it was a little bit more of a welfare check.
Okay. And did you have any specific details regarding what you were going to check on?
There was a intoxicated male by the name of Ron who was making threats.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene?
It was approximately 3:30 p.m.
And did you arrive alone, or was anyone with you?
Deputy Smith was right behind me.
Okay. And what were you wearing that day?
I was in a typical police uniform, it was a Class B uniform. Had sheriff's office patches on the sleeves, and on the back of my vest said sheriff as well. Had a duty belt, gun, handcuffs, all that stuff.
And what kind of vehicle were you in?
A marked green and white cruiser.
Okay. And I assume that Deputy Smith that arrived with you was similarly dressed in a similar type vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What'd you do when you arrived on scene?
We approached the residence, knocked on the door a few times. I didn't get an answer. At that point, I walked to the rear of the residence to see if maybe anybody was out back.
And did you come into contact with anybody at this time?
I did not.
Did you receive any additional information from dispatch regarding the nature of the call while you were trying to make contact?
Yeah, shortly after, I walked back to the front. I went to check the other side of the house. We got information from dispatch that advised that the male inside the residence had called and said we were gonna go out and blaze a board.
And did that understandably change your perception of the call?
Absolutely.
And how so?
At that point, you know, we're there for a welfare check, domestic disturbance issue, but we can't do anything further if we don't protect ourselves. So, you know, things escalate for us. We can't complete the task that we're there for. So, at that point, I told my partner to cover me. I wanted to reposition my cruiser so we had better cover and retrieve my rifle.
Okay. Where did you reposition your cruiser to?
Across the street in the neighbor's driveway.
And why did you pick that location?
At the moment, I felt I didn't like either end of the street. I didn't like the idea of this did escalate into a gun battle that, you know, he could flank out of the back of the house and sneak up from behind. So across the street, if he wanted to come out and advance on us, he'd just be out in wide open. That would give us a better visual. On top of that, being behind the entire car with the engine block up front, that gave us our best cover.
Makes sense. Did something happen, so you repositioned your cruiser, you said you were getting your rifle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did something occur that brought you and Deputy Smith into contact with the individual in the residence?
Yes, a white male had walked out of the residence. The big garage door on the exterior had opened, and that's when the white male came out from inside the residence.
And what did you do when you saw this male?
Given the threats of we're going out and blaze a board, I had my rifle pointed at him, and I had said, "Let me see your hands." And then my partner was also yelling, "Hands!" So.
And what did this person do, or did this person see you?
I don't know if he specifically saw me, but my partner was right in front of the garage door. I was on the side of my cruiser trying to get some kind of cover, but I was in line of sight.
What did this individual do when he saw you or Deputy Smith?
He yelled some sort of expletive and then ran back into the house in panic.
Okay. The individual who you saw in that garage, is he in the courtroom here today?
He is.
Could you please identify him?
He's right here.
Record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Thank you. What did you and Deputy Smith do once this individual retreated back into the residence?
I had radioed to other units monitoring the call over our radio, what had just occurred. My partner was still up by the house, and I did not like where he was at. One, he's in crossfire. Two, he just was not in a good spot at that moment. I told him to fall back.
And did he do so?
He did. He fell back right next to me behind my cruiser.
And what happened once Deputy Smith got back to cover with you behind the cruiser?
It seemed pretty quickly that shots were fired towards us from inside that residence.
Could you tell what kind of shots these were just by the sound of them?
From the sound of it, it sounded like the crack of a rifle, like a 5.56 round.
So now you and Deputy Smith are taking fire. What do you do at this point?
We duck down, try to keep lower than the engine block, and radio to other units so that they're aware of what's going on. And from there, it's just trying to stay alive.
I'm guessing if dispatch sends out that an officer's under fire, there's gonna be a pretty large response, correct?
Absolutely.
So you know additional law enforcement is on the way to that scene, correct?
That's correct.
What is sort of your frame of mind or your thought process at this time as you know individuals are coming, but you're taking on fire behind the car?
Go home.
Did you return fire?
I did not.
Did, as far as you know, did Deputy Smith return fire?
Not that I'm aware of.
And why did you not return fire?
We knew that there was another party inside the residence, and I did not know where either the shooter was or the victim.
So you didn't want to take a blind shot, is that a fair way to put that?
Correct. Last thing I want to do is shoot a potential hostage.
I know this is probably tough to estimate, but how long would you say you all were pinned down behind the cruiser?
I'd say 10 to 12 minutes.
And you have any idea how many shots you guys took from the residents?
I would have estimated between 300 and 500.
At some point in time, were either of you struck by a round?
I was, and then Deputy Smith was shortly after me.
So you were struck first?
I was.
Where were you struck?
Right leg and the quad just above the knee.
What did you do when you were struck by the round?
Well, I knew something hit me. I'd never been shot before, so I wasn't quite sure what it was. But I knew it didn't feel good. So I wanted to inspect it real quick. Looked down, saw a little hole in my uniform pant. At that moment, I saw my skin. I realized something had gone through. So I pulled my pant leg up, see how bad it was. When I pulled my pant leg up, I saw blood squirting out of my leg, which is indicative of arterial bleeding, which can mean some big trouble. So at that moment, I started yelling for a tourniquet.
And were you ultimately able to successfully apply a tourniquet?
Yes.
Did you do that, or did Deputy Smith do that?
Deputy Smith started putting the tourniquet on. Now, I was still trying to keep cover, but it wasn't the best. So I handed my rifle to him, told him to keep us covered, and then I put the tourniquet on.
At some point in time, was Deputy Smith struck?
Yeah. About the time that I was done getting my tourniquet on, Deputy Smith was then struck in a similar area on his leg.
Right leg as well?
That's correct.
What did you all do once he was struck?
At that point, I asked for my rifle back, and then since he had given me his tourniquet, I gave him mine, and then he put his tourniquet on his leg, and then I went back to keeping us covered.
Y'all are still taking fire while you're trying to put tourniquets on each other, or on your legs?
We took cover the entire time until we got out of there.
So at this point, you've both been shot in the leg, and you're still taking fire. And I know that's kind of a hard question, but what's going through your mind at this point in time?
Sorry.
No, you're all right.
Take your time. Tissue back there.
My initial thought was my wife. And then our baby girl that we had just had 3 weeks prior. And my parents. I thought about my wife. Is she gonna move on? I'm gonna be forgotten. Who's gonna raise my daughter? Would I approve of who's raised my daughter? We know how important a father and a mother in the house is. My daughter just started out. She's already gonna be behind the 8 ball. And not because of my actions, but from someone else who couldn't answer a door civilly.
Were ultimately you and Deputy Smith able to extricate yourselves from behind the vehicle?
Eventually, yes.
How did that happen?
We got on the radio. Well, we didn't get on the radio. We heard over the radio from my sergeant that we need to get ready to move. They were gonna pull us from back behind the house. We heard gunshots. I looked over to my right, and I seen my sergeant down on one knee, returning fire. At that point, I yelled, "Are we moving?" I figured that was our time. And I told Deputy Smith, "Let's go." And at that point, we ran out of there.
Deputy, were you wearing a body worn camera on that day?
I was.
And have you reviewed the footage from that camera?
I did.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what occurred that day?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's to play Deputy Walker's body camera instead.
See if this camper in the side of the yard is theirs. Hey, cover. I'm gonna move my car a little bit. I'm gonna grab my route. You see him shoot. Go for now, hold the channel. Do we have a car coming to us? 368, I'm behind 3764, I can come in the back. We're behind my cruiser in the driveway across the street. Now, hold it down. 329, 376. We're coming up. We're gonna push you behind the house. Get ready. Okay, get ready, dude. Sorry about that, house first. Oh, me. Fuck. I think I gave him my fucking knee. Are we moving? I need help. Second, on the right.
Deputy Walker, from here, are you and Deputy Smith able to make your way over to Old Knoxville Highway to a relative point of safety? Deputy Walker, what all, if you can describe just briefly the extent of the gunshot wound you sustained, the injuries related to that?
So originally it's a bullet did go through the bone, and they said it didn't. Then they said it nicked my patella tendon, then they said it didn't. So I just chalk it up to we really don't know, except that the obvious, it went through my leg. So currently what I'm dealing with is a lot of fatigue, a lot of weakness. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, it feels like someone's just inside my knee with scissors, just cutting tendons. Just very uncomfortable, can't do regular day-to-day stuff. If I do anything too long, wash the dishes too long, I gotta go sit. If I sit too long, I gotta stand. So I'm in rehab currently, but it's still got some ways to go.
Thanks. Darren, I'd ask you to make this video exhibit number 7, please.
Exhibit 7.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Deputy.
All right.
Deputy Walker, my name is Matthew Elrod. I'm one of the assistant public defenders here in Blount County. I apologize. I'm sorry that you were shot and injured. I do hope that with continued treatment and rehab that you get better and things start turning around for you. I'm sure that that's a difficult thing to be dealing with physically. Just a couple of questions I've got for you. That day, that's probably fair to summarize the interaction you had with Mr. MILLSAPS, other than the obvious him shooting, you all taking cover. Communication that you all had, if any.
With MILLSAPS?
Right.
Other than him coming out and me on hands, there was no.
Right.
There was no, and him calling dispatch saying we're going out and blaze the glory. That was the extent of the communication.
Gotcha. I know that Deputy Smith had been to that residence previously. Had you been called to that residence previously as well?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Wouldn't have any other occasion to have spoken with or interacted with Mr. MILLSAPS other than what you had that day?
As far as I remember, that's correct.
Gotcha. No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're right.
No, Your Honor.
Deputy, you need to step down. y'all's pleasure about lunch? You wanna push through,
I'm fine with it, but I'm fine with it. to go to lunch
I'm
today.
not starving to death anytime soon, so.
or see? Are you next witness, Jenna?
Charles Story, Your Honor.
Okay. Takes me a little bit of time.
Take all the time you need, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, I need you to raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a seat, please. That chair is roller, so be careful.
All right, I got it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Story. Will you please state your name?
My name is Charles Story. The last name spells S-T-O-R-I-E.
Thank you, sir. And what is your address?
My address is 1110 Jacob Springs in Rockford, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived there?
About 18 years.
And who do you live there with?
I live with my wife.
Do you know someone by the name of RONALD MILLSAPS?
Yes.
And how do you know that person?
He lived with his mother and helped take care of her while she was an invalid.
And did he live in your neighborhood?
He lived in her house.
And where was her house?
Her house was directly across the street from mine. Our driveways kind of face each other.
And had you ever spoken to RONALD MILLSAPS before?
Yes, I have.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I guess that's him right there.
Record reflecting,
I don't-
identify the defendant.
I'm blind in this eye, so I don't see very well, but I think that's wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Story. I want to direct your attention to June the 11th of this year. Were you in your home on that day?
Yes,
Did something unusual happen while you were in your home that day?
yes.
Can you describe what happened?
At the beginning,
Yes, go start from the beginning.
but I was at home, and I've got a lot that I rent to this guy, and was having a new service box put in, and the guy had to come and approve it to get electricity back in. And he called me and asked if I could run out there and let him go into the lot, prove it, and get back out. And I knew it would be gone a little bit, so I just went out there in my truck and come back. And when I come up the road, I saw some a cop's car sitting on MILLSAPS' side of the road on this side of the mailbox. And I pulled in the driveway, and I thought, well, something's going on today. So I pulled in, parked my truck, put my visors back over, and went in the house, closed the garage down, and went in, sat down, and started watching TV. Well, somebody knocked on my door. Well, I got my chair reclined watching TV, and it takes me just a minute to get the chair down. And I said, just a minute. And I set my chair down, got up, and walked over, and there was nobody at the door. So I
And
looked
is
at
that your front door or a?
front door,
Okay.
right. And there's no one at the door, and I happened to look over through the dining room windows, and there was a cop's car sitting in my driveway with two police officers behind it.
And was this still at the front of your house?
Yes, in the
Okay.
driveway.
Okay.
And I thought to myself, oh no, something's going on. It's something going to be bad. I don't know what's going to be. And I just went on over and sat down in my chair and continued watching TV.
And how far away is your chair from that dining room window?
Oh, I would say it's 20 or 25 feet.
And can you see the window from your chair?
I can see the windows, but I can't see the cruiser or anything out there. I can just see the edge of the windows and see the edge of my house, you know.
Okay. And what happened next?
And so I was sitting there watching TV, and all of a sudden, gunfire started. And I thought, what in the world? Well, then it quit, and I snuck up and went up and got
my wall there where the China cabinet is. I got there, because I didn't want to get in front of the door, and I could see through the windows, and there's 2 windows that had been shot out, and I could see the cut deputies behind the cruiser. Well, I stepped back over and got my chair, and I thought I was safe. But they convinced me later that I wasn't safe, that a stray bullet could have hit me, which is very true. So I was just sitting there, and I was watching TV, and then it went on again. And next thing I know, somebody knocked on my slide glass door in the back. And I got up and went out there, and he said, "Get out here quick." And I said, "Let me get my shoes." So I went and got my shoes and stepped back out. So then they took me down underneath my house, underneath the deck.
And when you say they, who are you talking about that took
The
you?
county cops.
Okay.
And they took me downstairs underneath my deck where I was safe because there was county cops on both sides of my house. So I didn't, you know. And I sat there for a long, long time. And then the helicopters are flying over and everything. And so finally, one of the officers, I forget his name now, came and knocked on the storm door. No, he come down in the basement where I was at, and he said, "Come with me, Mr. Story." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "Follow Officer so-and-so, and I'll be behind you for protection." So the bottom of my lot is lower than where level ground, where the shooting's going on. So they took me down below the lot there, and we went over the fence that had been torn down, and I went on across my neighbor's house, and then they took me over to the next neighbor's house, Howard house, and he was, and his wife was out in the screen-in porch, and he said, "Just let Charlie come in here." So I went in there. Of course, I was perfectly safe because we was way away from any.
And were you closer to Old Knoxville Highway at that point?
Yes, we was the first house on the left if you turn in the subdivision.
Okay. At some point, did you call one of your neighbors?
No, she called me.
Okay.
She called me, and because I had called her, didn't get a hold. I believe I had called her. I'm not sure now. But anyway, she's corrected me about it. That she called me and said, "What's going on?" And I told her, I said, "Tootsie, they're having a shootout across the street at Joey's house, and don't you go or go to the front house. You stay in the back of the house or go to the back of the house and sit on the back porch." She said, "I'll be fine."
And you said Tootsie. You know what her name is?
Tootsie Townsen.
Okay, Miss Townsend.
Yeah.
Thank you. And where does Miss Townsend live?
She lives next door to me.
Okay.
My house is here, and she lives here.
Okay. And did you ever go back to your house that night?
Not till about 11 o'clock. They wouldn't let me back in there. They said it was a crime scene, and the TBI, I had to give them permission to come in and examine my house. And it was 11 o'clock before we got back in the house.
And I know that you mentioned some holes in your dining room window.
Yes.
Did you notice any other holes on your property?
Yes, there's 3 holes in my garage door, and all 3 bullets went through my garage door, and one of them went into some cabinets on the left side of my garage. Here's the car, left side on the garage. One went through and went through the refrigerator, and out, some kind of refrigerator. And the other one missed my other car, just barely missed my car that was in the garage, and went through a cabinet that was at the end of the garage. And so I didn't ever find any shells, but the TBI had been in there, so I assume they had swept everything out of there.
Now, you mentioned a black truck that you parked in the driveway you had driven
Yes.
earlier. Was there any
Black
damage
truck.
to that truck?
Yes, there's 2 bullet holes through the back glass. And one of the bullets went and hit the pillow on the door there. It had hit it and glanced off and went into my speaker on the dash.
And Mr. Story, I know this sounds like a silly question, but were any of those holes, those bullet holes you described, were they there before June the 11th?
No.
Okay. Garner, permission to approach.
Yeah.
Mr. Story, I'm going to ask if you can look at these. If you can just flip through those to see if you
This is
recognize
my
those.
house,
Okay.
and there's the black truck.
And is that the front of your house?
Yes.
Okay.
And here's the front of the house again, showing the back of the truck. And I don't know where you can see the bullet holes or not, but here's the 2 bullet holes in my truck there.
And that's a closer up image of your
Yes,
truck?
close to my truck, yes. And then this is a picture of the garage door showing one of the bullet holes. And this is from the front of my house where the 2 bullet holes went through my dining room windows. And then this is the inside of the house showing where the bullet holes will come through the other side. And this one went through the dining room and veered up and went into the top of my ceiling at the edge of the roof. There's a cathedral-like roof, and went through it and then went out the soffits outside, overhang.
And when you're talking about where that bullet went, was that at the back of your home?
Yes. Yeah, it went completely through the house.
I'd ask this to be the next numbered exhibit, number 8.
Left is 8.
No further questions, John.
Fine.
Hi, Mr. Story, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you said that you lived at 1110 for about 18 years.
Yes.
Did you know any of the MILLSAPS?
Yes.
Did you know Joy MILLSAPS?
Yes. We were good friends. I knew her husband before he passed away.
Did you ever talk with Miss MILLSAPS about Ronnie?
No.
Did you know Ronnie MILLSAPS?
Yes, I met him several times. In fact, when my wife, before this happened, when my wife fell outside and broke her wrist, I went over and asked him if he would mind coming over and help me pick her up, because I'm weak, I can't pick up anything heavy. And he said, I will, and he come over and helped me pick her up and help her to the car and get her in the van so I could take her to the hospital and have her fixed. And then I was aiming to go back over and thank him for what all he done, but I never did really see him after that. So, I mean, I didn't get a chance to do it, but he's always been friendly to me and my wife.
Have you ever seen him be unfriendly to anyone before?
No.
Have you ever heard of him being unfriendly to anyone before?
Well, I've heard hearsay after all this happened. That was hearsay about him being unfriendly to his mother. But now I wasn't there, I can't say.
Okay. But you never heard of anything before this incident?
We always, when we had short conversations, he'd be out there washing his car, we'd be out there talking, or he was, I don't know whether he's ever, seemed like it, he might have been out there, he had a motorcycle at one time, and I think he used to go hunting and stuff all the time, and if I saw him, I'd just throw up my hand, or if he was around, I'd just walk over there and talk to him, and he's always friendly to me.
So you just usually had short conversations whenever you saw him?
Yes.
And so nothing serious was ever really brought up, like alcohol problems or anything like that?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I can't swear to it, but I would have thought at times, especially the day that I come over and asked him to come help me pick up my wife, that I probably thought he might have been drinking then, but I'm not a witness, I can't say that. So he's never.
Other than the time that you had him help you with your wife, has there ever been another time where you talked to him that you thought to yourself maybe he'd been drinking?
Not really, I didn't think about it. I just talking to him as a friend, and his father used to drink, and I would go over when Reed would be in the garage, and I'd see him, and I'd go over and talk to him, and he would start apologizing. He'd say, Charlie, I'm sorry that I'm drunk. And I say, now Reed, listen, this is your house, and what you do at your house is your business. And if I can't be friends with you, then I don't need to come over and talk to you. So he'd thank me, and that we got along just fine.
Had you ever seen the police at the MILLSAPS house before June 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why they were there?
I didn't at the time, But now I've heard hearsay since all this happened, that while they were over there, but that's like I say, hearsay.
And what did you hear that was the reason that they were there?
Well, I was told at one time, when the law was all over there, and there was a bunch of them, that his girlfriend was there, and that he was drinking, and they got into it, and she pulled a knife or something, and threatened to kill him or something, and I would assume that Joey had a phone beside her bed, and she called the law, and there's a bunch of law came over, and then they arrested her and took her off, and then they came and took her car and pulled her car off. Other than that's all that I know. Now, they've been several times that what they call domestic disturbances, that the law's been over there, but I've never, they've never arrested anybody besides that I know of. I don't, like I say, I'm a neighbor. They don't tell me what's going on or anything, and I don't ask.
Now, who told you about the girlfriend pulling a knife on Mr. Millsaps?
The neighbor?
Do you know which neighbor that was?
No, not really.
Okay. And then, I know you said there were some other possible domestic disturbances where police have been called before.
Yes.
Do you know any more detail about why they were there?
No, I never asked. I never was told anything.
Okay.
Because my wife one time made a comment that she felt like going out and asking the cops what's going on. Because, you never know. It could be Joey, something wrong with her or something, see? And I said, no, you're not going out there. It's none of our business. Leave them alone. So we didn't know. We saw the cars there a lot, but as far as what goes on, we don't know.
And then, do you know who all lived in the Millsaps house?
Yes, after Reed died, I don't know when it was, but Ronnie and his wife moved in and was taking care of her. And they were both friendly. And then the next thing I know, they moved. And if I'm telling it correctly, the daughter came in to take care of her, and then she left, and then the younger son, he moved in to take care of her, and then the next thing I know, all three of them was over at the house taking care of her, and the daughter would come and go, and the two sons were living there and everything, and then the son worked a lot out of town, so he was all left. Ronnie was basically the only one there after that. His brother had moved a trailer in beside the house, and he and a friend were living in the trailer before this happened, but he was gone a lot. And then the next thing you know, what I was told, the city of Rockford sent them a letter and said that the trailer had to be moved, and so they moved it. But this was after all this happened.
So whenever all this was happening, as far as you know, it was Joy Millsaps and Ronnie that were inside the house living there.
The last two was there for a good while because the son was gone. And when he did come in, the younger son, when he did come in, they'd stay in that trailer, kept the trailer.
And did you see Mr. Millsaps at all on the day that all of this happened?
No, ma'am.
And then I know you had talked about when you returned home, you saw that there were bullet holes in your garage door.
No. When I returned home, the county cops were sitting on the Millsaps side of the street on this side of the mailbox. And I pulled in, parked my truck, put my sun visors over the windows, raised the garage door and went in and closed the garage door down and went in my house.
And let me just clarify, I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Story. I meant whenever the police took you out of your house because they thought it wasn't safe for you, when you returned home later that night at 11 p.m., that's when you noticed the bullet holes in your garage?
No, I noticed it. No, you're right. I didn't notice the bullet holes in the garage until I got home. Because all I saw was there's two bullet holes in my dining room windows. See, I didn't even go outside to look at the truck or nothing. I mean, they wouldn't, they was gunfire, and I wasn't going to get out in the middle of it. So then, when I left and went on down, and then I saw the bullet holes in my garage when we came back.
And were you inside your house whenever your dining room windows were shot out?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you heard them?
Yes, I heard the fire.
And did you see I don't know if you could tell who was shooting whenever the dining room windows broke.
All I know was that the county cruisers, the policemen were firing in this direction, and somebody on the other side was firing in this direction.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Story, you can step back down and outside.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next witness, Jim.
The state would call Mary Ann Townsen.
Come on around, man, this officer can help you up right here, please. Step by step, all right? Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth? Okay. I need you to sit down now. Officer, come make sure this chair doesn't roll on her. Yes, ma'am, please. And scoot her on up there, man. Talk real loud in that microphone, okay? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Miss Townsend. Would you please state your name?
Mary Ann Townsen.
And do you have a nickname you go by?
Tootsie.
Okay. And Miss Townsend, where do you live?
1106 Jacob Springs.
And is that here in Blount County, Tennessee?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there?
18 years.
And were you living there back on June the 11th of 2024?
Yes.
And were you in your home that day?
Yes, I was.
Now, back on June the 11th, did something unusual happen?
Yes.
And what happened that day that was unusual?
Well, I didn't hear the first shots, but there were shots, and I did see policemen running through my backyard.
Okay. Where were you when you saw the policeman running through your backyard?
I was in my living room. So,
And did you know anything was going on before that?
no.
And at some point, did you speak to your neighbor,
I
Mr.
did.
Story?
When I saw the policemen, they were running all through my backyard toward Charlie's. So I'm Mr. Story, and he lives right next door. I called him and said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Well, someone is shooting up the neighborhood."
Okay. Now, did you ever look outside the front of your house?
I did.
Okay.
Immediately. I looked out my front glass door, and I saw deputies across the street in that person's garage. They were taking shelter.
Okay. And that was right across the street from your house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything else?
I did. I looked to my left. I saw the patrol car in Charlie's driveway.
Could you see the deputies?
I didn't at that time. I didn't see. I was looking out my front glass. I couldn't see too.
Okay. Now, do you know who Ronald MILLSAPS is?
Pardon me?
Do you know who Ronald MILLSAPS is?
I have never met him, but I've waved at him before when I see him in the yard.
Okay. And do you live next to Mr. Story?
I do.
Okay. Now, after you saw the police officers running through the back of your yard, what happened next?
Well, I was looking out the front windows, and I saw this big, looked like a tank,
At some
armored car come up. And I thought, oh gosh, this is really bad. This is really bad.
Now, did anyone ever knock on your door?
Yes.
And
My
what?
back door, they came to take me to a safe place.
Okay, and was that the police officers?
Yes, it was.
Did you go with them?
I went with him, yes. There was
Okay.
just one
Okay.
showed up at my door.
And did you notice any damage to your home after all this happened?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
Well, I had a bullet, where a bullet had hit the front entrance of my house, and one through my garage door, and 4 through my shed in the backyard.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Townsend, I'm gonna ask if you can look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize it.
That's my home.
And is that the front of your house, the first photograph?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, what's that second photograph?
It's a bullet showing my garage door. There's a bullet hole.
Okay. And what's the next photograph?
This is the front entrance of my home, and there's a bullet hole right there.
And that's to the right of your gutter?
Right.
Okay. I'd ask that be the next numbered exhibit, number 9.
Collected 9.
I'll take those back, Ms. Townsend.
Oh, okay.
You're fine. And Ms. Townsend, this might seem like a silly question, but were those what you identified as bullet holes, were they there before June the 11th of 2024?
No.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Pass.
Hi, Miss Townsend, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know you said that you didn't know Ronnie MILLSAPS, right?
Right.
Did you know Joy?
Yes.
Did you know Joy pretty well?
Pretty well. She was a very nice person.
Did she ever talk to you about Ronnie?
No, not really.
Had you ever heard anything about Ronnie from anybody prior to this day?
No.
And I know that we've seen pictures of that brick there with the bullet hole, and then also
Yes.
your garage door that was shot.
Yes,
Were you at home inside your house when those?
I was.
Okay. Did you see who shot the gun?
Did I what?
Did you see who shot the gun that put the bullet hole?
Oh, no. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can step down and back outside, please. The officer's gonna help you down and you can go
Okay.
back outside.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's the next witness?
State calls Robin Butler, Your Honor.
Come up, please, ma'am. And just follow the officer. Come up, watch your step right there. Have a seat, please. Raise your right hand first, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today is the truth. Chair rolls now, something, make sure you don't go out behind you, okay? There you go. So we got real, we're recording this, so we got real close. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Butler. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
It's Robin Butler.
Common spelling on both names.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living, Ms. Butler?
I am a real estate agent and designer
How long have you been in that field?
since 2014.
Okay. Let me turn your attention, if I can, to June the 11th of this year, 2024. Were you at a house on Rockford Heights, down in Rockford?
I was
Okay. Do you know that? Remember the specific address you were at?
105.
105, and that's here in Blount County?
Yes.
Ms. Butler, I'm going to, there's a large map right here. Can you tell me, I'm going to point to a house right here, 105. Is that where you were at that day?
Yes.
Okay, that's the second house, I guess, on the left as you come down the road?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And why were you there? Let me ask that.
I had a client that we had put a contract on a home. We were doing a home inspection.
Okay. Was anybody else there with you that day?
Yes.
Who was that?
The client and the home inspector.
At some point, Did something out of the ordinary happen that afternoon?
Yes.
Roughly, let me back up just a little bit. Roughly what time did you get to the house?
Probably about 3:10, 3:15.
And the purpose was, I assume the inspector was there to inspect the house, and
Yes.
you were just going through it with the client?
Yes.
Okay. So, we talked about something out of the ordinary happening. What happened?
When I arrived, the home inspector was already there and my client was already there. So the home inspector was downstairs. Part of the house is a basement, has a basement area. My client and I were upstairs talking about just different things about the house, and we decided to step outside to look at the shed and the hot tub and just the general area.
Okay, and let me ask you, just how many, excuse me, how many floors is this house?
3.
Including the basement?
Yes.
Okay. So you stepped outside to kind of look at the hot tub. What happens?
We were standing, getting ready to walk to the right of the house, and my client looked at me. We heard just this popping noise, and he's like, why would anybody be shooting fireworks this time of day? And stood there for a couple of seconds and realized from looking and hearing that I said, Britton, those are not fireworks, those are gunshots.
And Britton, that's your client?
Yes.
Okay. The popping noise, so when you first heard this popping noise, you and your client are outside of the house?
Yes.
Are you in the front of the house, the back, the sides?
The back of the house.
So you're at the back of the house, and that's the part of the house that kind of butts up against the back of Jacob Springs Way, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell if this popping noise was coming from far away? Was it close up? Were you able to tell a distance?
No, it was right there. It was obvious that there were gunshots
Okay.
at the back of the house.
And earlier you said from hearing and also seeing, you believed that these were gunshots. When you say you saw, what do you mean?
You could just, you have to remember everything happened so quickly. We were trying to just get to safety. You could tell there were movement, but I couldn't see.
Sure.
We just didn't stay outside long enough to try to see who it was.
Okay.
We knew that we needed to get inside.
Okay. And you said you were going to safety. Where did you go when you began to retreat for safety?
We went through the back door and ran downstairs to part of the house that has the basement area.
Okay. Why did you go down there?
Just seems like a good place to be.
Good place to be, okay.
Yeah.
Where was, do you know where the inspector was in the house at this time?
He was downstairs.
He was in the basement as well? So at this point, all three of you are in the basement, yourself, your client, and the inspector?
At that point, yes.
At that point, okay. So what do you do then?
We told Daniel that,
And I'm sorry, just for clarification of the record, Daniel.
Daniel's the inspector.
He's the inspector, okay, I'm sorry, forgive me. Go
Yes.
ahead.
He could tell when we came downstairs, what's wrong? And we told him that there were gunshots and not to go upstairs.
And so at this point, do you really know what's going on other than you're hearing gunshots?
No, Daniel and my client went over to the stairwell, and I started texting a friend and asking if they had heard anything in the news. That we had no idea what was going on, but we knew at that point we heard sirens, and we're just trying to figure out what we were involved in. We didn't know what we were involved in.
Sure. Okay, so you're in the three of you kind of in the basement. You're texting friends, trying to figure out what happens. What happens next?
I look out in the basement. There's 2 double windows, an exterior door that goes outside. I looked outside, and I saw a man in a fatigue, jacket with a fatigue hat and.
You mean like camo when you say
Yeah.
fatigue? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and at that point, I could see him. He turned, and I ran back to where Daniel and Britton was, and I just moved and ran up the stairs. And of course, they came behind me and we went back to the kitchen.
Okay. So once you get to the kitchen, while all this is happening, are you at all in fear for your safety, your life, safety of your client and the inspector?
Absolutely. Because we had absolutely no idea what we were involved in and what was going on. I mean, we at that point could hear helicopters, we could hear sirens, we could still hear gunfire. We just didn't know.
So when you talk about hearing gunfire, are you hearing continuous gunfire, or is it intermittent? How would you describe how often you're hearing this gunfire?
It was pretty consistent.
Pretty consistent, okay. Are you able to tell if there are different guns being used? I don't know how familiar you are with firearms or not, but.
Some had popping windows and others sounded like boom, like a different kind of noise.
Okay. So once you're all three upstairs in the kitchen now, what happens next?
We were talking, trying to figure out what was going on. Britton goes to the front door, he opens the door, he comes back and he said, someone just told me to get back inside. And so then we go, we're standing there for a few minutes, and then someone comes through the back door and says, get down in the basement, you are not safe.
Do you have any idea who that person is?
We could just tell that it was it was the police or somebody of authority.
By the manner of dress
Just the way
and
they
equipment you.
dress, yeah.
Sure.
You had radio. We could just
Sure.
we could tell who it was.
Sure. So you go back to the basement, you said?
Well, right behind him, I honestly cannot remember how many people came in that had, they were like sharpshooters. I remember one went upstairs. I don't know where the man that came in went upstairs.
Okay.
First spoke to us, and then the other two came in and told us, they all told us we needed to be downstairs.
Sure.
They came down and said that we were going to hear loud noises, and so at that point, I just went and got in the closet on the back side of the bathroom.
Okay. Any idea how long you remained in the closet until this kind of eased up? You were allowed to leave?
Seemed like a very long time.
Very long time. And if you don't, that's okay.
I really just don't recall how long.
So eventually, you were allowed to leave?
Yes, I had texted the agent that had the listing there on the West Coast and told them what was happening. And I remember doing that, and then somebody finally came downstairs and told us that we could go up.
Okay. So at this point, you're allowed to leave, is that accurate? Or at least they're not telling you have to stay in the house?
Yes, they came and talked to us, made sure we were okay, and we were in the back. Britton wanted to see the back of the house.
Okay. And did you all, in fact, walk through the backyard?
We did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Butler, I'm getting ready to show you several pictures. If we could look through these, and I would just like to know, do you recognize these pictures?
Yes, this is the front of the house.
Okay, so this is the front.
Mhm.
All right, and the next picture, can you tell me what that is?
This is the carpool, or the carport of the house, and this is the back side of the carport.
Okay. And the next picture, are you able to tell me what that is?
Yes, we saw this. This is the back part of the carport, and this is the roof of the carport.
Okay. And the next picture, can you kind of tell me what that is?
That's the gutter in the back side of the carport
What is that in the gutter there?
with the gunshot.
Okay. And then Do you recognize this next picture?
Yes, that's the fence that's between the two houses where we were located and where the other side was where we had the gunfire.
Okay. You understand, we'll move this, that's the state's next collective exhibit.
Exhibit 10.
Ms. Butler, silly question. The damage that you observed when you exited the house after all of this happened, was any of that damage there before you started hearing the gunfire?
No, and I know that for a fact because this was my second time to this house.
So you had been out there before?
I had.
And you had walked the property, looked at the house?
I actually did a FaceTime with one of my clients. We're in Yakima, Washington. So on the first side of the house, I did a thorough FaceTime walkthrough with them through the back, all around the house, the backyard, the front, just the entire property.
Entire property. And we've seen a couple of photos of damage today. Were there other damage that you noticed as well?
Yes. The major one that we really noticed the most was a gunshot that had skidded across the top of the hot tub because we were near that when the shooting started, and so it shook us up pretty much. That
How close to that hot tub were you when the shooting started?
probably we were headed over there, so maybe less than 10 feet.
Less than 10 feet. Okay. Pass the witness, Sean.
Fast. Still forward, I'm asking some questions.
Hi, Ms. Butler. So you just mentioned that you saw where a bullet had skidded across the hot tub. Do you mean like on top of the hot tub covering?
Yes.
And whenever you were outside near the hot tub before all of this happened and you went into the basement, did you see the bullet skid across the hot tub cover?
No.
So this was just damage that you saw after the fact whenever it was safe to come back out?
Yes.
And then had you ever met Ronnie MILLSAPS before?
No.
Had you ever heard anything about him before? No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirection.
All right, man, you can step down back outside. Next witness.
State Call Sergeant Chris Carter, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to these witnesses believing should they choose
No,
to?
no, Your Honor, no objection.
I don't want to go work on the TV. Come up, please. Excuse me. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give to the truth?
I swear.
Have a seat, please. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Chris Carter,
Where do you work?
Blount County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What is your position with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol sergeant, it's a supervisory position on the road.
What are your responsibilities as a patrol sergeant?
Just the general supervision of the shift, administrative, as well as going to calls.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience before coming to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Where was that at?
Knox County Sheriff's Office,
How long did you work there?
18 years.
Let me direct your attention, if I can, to June the 11th of this year. Were you working in your capacity as a Blount County Sheriff's Deputy that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
What shift was that?
Evening shift,
What are those hours?
3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Did you have an occasion to respond to Jacob Springs Way down in Rockford?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that here in Blount County?
Yes.
What brought you there?
The original call was a welfare check, and deputies responded to that while they were on scene. The situation escalated, and shots were fired.
Where were you when you heard this initial radio traffic that got your attention?
I was on the south end of the county. I was on Topside Road, and I took Mississippi Parkway to get to Rockford.
Okay. Sergeant Carter, let me direct your attention to this map. Do you recognize what's depicted on that map?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is that where you responded
Yes, sir.
that day? Okay. Sergeant Carter, there's a laser pointer up there on the desk.
Yes, sir.
If you could use that, when you arrived, where did you park your vehicle?
When I arrived, I parked at the first house in the subdivision in the yard beside it.
Okay. When you exit your vehicle, what's going on?
When I exited my vehicle, there was an immediate sustained burst of gunfire. And at that point, I went around to the front of the house and gained a visual on my two deputies who were pinned down behind their cruiser,
Okay.
taking gunfire.
Okay.
I verified that they were behind cover and they were relatively okay.
Okay.
So then I made my way to the rear of the house to watch the suspect house to make sure that he did not come out and try to flank us.
Okay. Let me back up just a second. When you got out of your vehicle, did you grab any special equipment?
I already had my rifle in my lap, so when I exited the vehicle, I had my rifle as well as spare magazines.
Are those something that you grab on just any normal call?
No, sir.
All right. Why did you grab them on this call?
Because my deputies were taking sustained high volume of fire from along the rifle.
Okay. So when you exited your vehicle, you said you heard gunfire. Were you able to tell what kind of gun might have been used?
I couldn't tell, obviously, the caliber, but I could tell that it was a large caliber weapon based on the report.
Okay. Did you at any point think that you heard more than one gun being utilized, shot?
Yes, sir, I did. So when I gained visual at the front of the house on my deputies, I said, I went to the rear of the house. When I went to the rear of the house, I began taking gunfire from the rear of the suspect residence.
Okay.
And it had a different report than the original weapon that I heard.
Okay. That house that you first went to, where is it in relation to where the shooting was coming from?
So that's the house I was at. That's the suspect house where we were taking fire from.
And then, so about how long did you stay at the rear of that house?
It was just a few minutes. We began receiving additional units on scene. When I got someone there to take my position, I went around front to begin organizing some type of response to get the deputies out.
Okay. And at this point, are you able to tell that the gunfire is coming from a specific house?
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you do next?
So at that point, myself and some other deputies, we got together, made our way across the street, and began working behind these houses to get behind the house that the deputies were pinned down in front of.
Do you recall how many deputies went with you?
It was myself, Lieutenant Moore, Brad Garner, David Cook, and Eric Costner.
Why did you go that way?
To have some type of cover from the incoming rounds.
Okay. So as you're taking this route behind these houses, and for the sake of clarity, these three houses are on Jacob Springs Way, is that correct?
Correct.
As you're pulling in the neighborhood, there are three houses on your left?
Yes, this right here is the entrance off of OK Highway, and then those three houses would be on your left as you turn on the road.
Okay. And as you're leading this team behind those houses, what's going on?
We're still receiving fire from the suspect house.
Can you recall if any of those shots are coming close to you?
Yes, they were.
And it sounds like a silly question, but how are you able to tell that?
It's based on, when you hear a gunshot, it's just, everyone's heard a gunshot. But if the round is being fired toward you, the bullet, as it passes, you make a distinct cracking sound.
Okay. Have you been in a situation like that before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that in your job, your prior positions?
I've been shot at in law enforcement, but I also spent 4 years in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Were you shot at over there?
Yes.
Sergeant Carter, it may seem like an obvious question, but at any point during this time, are you afraid for your life?
Absolutely. As soon as I got out of the cruiser and I heard the sustained, intense volley of fire, I was very afraid for myself as well as everyone else.
And as you're coming around the back of these houses, is the gunfire, is it in bursts? Is it sustained over a long period of time? Is it intermittent? How would you?
It was intermittent, but it was several rounds at a time.
Okay, so when the gunshots were firing, there were multiple gunshots in that burst, is that? Okay. And if you could use the laser pointer one more time to show us where you ended up with your fellow deputies.
We ended up behind this house. We made radio contact with Smith and Walker. We came to the front of the house because their cruiser was in front and they were behind.
When you say the front of the house, are you talking about literally around the front of the house?
So we were behind it, came up this side between these two houses,
Okay,
and took up a position here on this corner. That's where my position was.
okay. Are there some trees and bushes?
There were some bushes, yes.
Bushes around there? So when you get there, are you able to confirm, identify, see again where the shots are coming from?
Yes, so I never actually saw him physically, but I could see the muzzle blast coming out the front windows of the house. When the gun went off, it was kicking up dust in glass frames.
And that's the same house that we've been talking about that you believe that you saw the gunfire coming from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, at any point while you were over there, did you discharge your weapon?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How many times would you say you did?
I don't remember the exact amount, but it was in the neighborhood of 15 rounds.
15 rounds. Where are you pointing your firearm at when this happens?
So, like I said, I'm on this side of the road, and I'm aiming at this house, the front windows, because that's where I saw the muzzle blast coming from.
Were all of your shots aimed at the front window?
Front window and front door of the house, yes.
Okay. As far as you're aware, did you ever fire on any cars that were in the driveway, at the garage or anything?
No, sir.
Okay, all towards the front window and front door of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point in the course of your duties there that day, did you fire any other rounds from any other position?
No, sir.
Okay. And at some point, Deputies Walker and Smith were able to escape safely,
Yes, sir.
as safe as they could under the circumstances?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after that?
So when we began returning fire, they were able to evac around this side of the house, get in between these two houses and take cover.
Okay.
They were taken off for medical treatment at that point. At that point, we came back around behind this house, and I took up a position on this side, covering the front of the suspect house.
Did you remain there until the end of until the incident was resolved or Mr. MILLSAPS was taken into custody?
I remained there until SWAT arrived on scene and they took over the operation.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Carter. Prior to June 11th, have you ever come into contact personally with RONALD MILLSAPS?
No,
ma'am. And so you don't believe you've ever responded to 1105 Jacob Springs Boulevard previously? Did you know anything about Mr. MILLSAPS prior to responding to 1105 Jacob Springs?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you arrived at that first house and you said you parked in the, I guess, the yard beside the house, what time do you think that was?
It was probably around 3:30, between 3 and 3:30, sometime that time frame.
And who else was present in that sort of side yard when you got there?
No one. I was the first one on scene after shots were fired.
Okay. And who joined you in that particular spot?
There were several deputies that showed up. I think Deputy Pace actually took my position behind the house.
You had said that you never actually saw the face of the shooter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you said that at the front of the house that you saw some muzzle flash, and that's how you were able to tell where the gunfire was coming from. Is that correct?
Yes, I saw the muzzle blast. It was kicking up debris, dust, and glass fragments. Yes, ma'am.
And that was from the window at the front of the house?
Yes, in front of the house.
Did you ever see that same thing at the rear of the house?
I did not.
So when you said that was I understanding you correctly that when you were in that side yard you were actually being fired on?
So when I initially arrived, I went to the front of the house and gave a visual on my deputies. Then I went to the rear of the house to watch the rear of the suspect house. When I went around here, I began taking shots.
Okay, but you were not able to tell particularly where those shots were coming from?
No, ma'am, because I took cover behind the deck at that point.
Did you come into contact with Mr. MILLSAPS at all after he was taken into custody?
Yes, I did.
And how did that come to occur?
The SWAT team made entry into the residence and took him into custody. And when they brought him out, they placed him in my cruiser and I transported him to intake.
How did Mr. MILLSAPS appear to you at that time?
He seemed very intoxicated. I don't recall him saying anything as far as making a statement or anything.
When you say that he seemed very intoxicated, specifically what did you observe about his person?
Extremely unsteady on his feet, had a very strong odor of alcohol about his person.
Did you observe any injuries or anything on him at all?
Not that I recall.
And you said he did not make any statements at all to you?
None that I recall. No.
And when you arrived, and you said you transported him to the jail, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, did you have any further interaction with him at the jail?
No, I stood in the sally port while the jail personnel removed him from the cruiser and took him inside for processing.
And when you said that you discharged approximately 15 rounds from your firearm, were all of those rounds fired from where you were at that spot across the street?
Yes, ma'am. I was in this vicinity right here at the corner of that residence.
Okay, thank you for using the pointer. I'm not doing a very good job of explaining that. So that's the only place where you discharged your firearm. Nowhere else in this picture did you ever discharge a firearm?
That's correct.
Were any officers with you at that position?
Yes, there was myself, Lieutenant Moore, David Cook, Eric Costner, and Brad Garner were at that corner of that house.
And were they also discharging their firearms?
I recall other deputies discharged their weapon. I don't know who it was.
Did you speak to anyone from the TBI on June 11th?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall who that was?
I do not recall.
What was the nature of that conversation?
Basically, they showed up at the hospital and wanted to retrieve my rifle for evidence because it had been discharged. And they also took photos of me in uniform to document my condition. But that's the extent of the interview. I had an interview later, probably a couple of days later, but it was more extensive interview about what actually took place.
And I think you said you've sustained gunfire before, either in your work as an officer or in the military. Have you had to discharge your firearm before as part of your officer duties?
Yes, I have.
What were the circumstances of that?
One was a officer involved.
relevance. Sustained.
As part of your officer training, were you trained for this type of scenario that you encountered on June 11th?
Not this specific scenario, but similar scenarios where we've had to go in and do officer rescue tests.
And what did that training consist of?
It was basically hands-on, actually using simunitions, which is kind of like a pellet gun, and we would actually go in and do officer rescues and training.
While serving as an officer, have you been a victim of a crime before?
No, object to relevance. Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for the opportunity to cross-examine him thoroughly.
Sustain the objection.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Oh, you can step down, sorry. Thought you meant to.
It's been called Sergeant Brad Garner.
Step around. Some jobs over here.
Would you please state your name?
Bradley Garner,
And where are you employed?
Blount County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been employed with Blount County Sheriff's Office?
since September 16, 2002.
And what is your rank?
It's Corporal.
And are you assigned to a particular shift?
Day shift patrol,
Okay, and what are the hours of that shift?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Were you working at the sheriff's office back on June the 11th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, did you respond to Jacob Springs in Blount County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason for responding to that location?
As we were leaving the office, the call came out, shots fired. Had 2 deputies in behind the vehicle.
Okay. And you said as you were leaving the building, was your shift over for the day?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And even though your shift was over, when you heard that call, what did you still respond to it?
Yes, our whole shift went.
Okay. And did you go by yourself, or were you with other officers?
No, we kind of just pulled out together and went.
And once you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
I parked at the corner of, I think, Rockford Heights.
And I'll stop you. There should be a laser pointer there in front of you. If you could just point to the map where you stopped.
Right in there, right at the corner of Rockford Pike and Rockford Heights.
And what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle to retrieve my rifle. As I got out, I could hear rapid fire. From my experience, sounded like a rifle.
Why did you grab your rifle at that time?
Knowing the fact that we had 2 deputies being shot at behind the corner. When you get out on a call like that, you don't know really where you're going to end up. Could end up on perimeter. You just don't know.
And once you arrived and retrieved your rifle, what did you do next?
Made my way up to Jacob Springs, right in here, and as I was crossing the road, I heard the deputy holler, "We need one." And I went with them.
And you said another deputy. Were there other deputies on the scene at that
Yes,
time?
Yes, there were several starting to set up perimeters around the residence and neighborhood.
Okay. And once you heard someone say they needed one more, what happened next?
I followed them. We went through the yard there at Jacob Springs, worked our way on the lower back side of the property to the house across the street from where the deputies were pinned down.
And when you arrived at the scene, for when you moved to that location, what was going on during that time? What were you hearing? What were you observing?
You could hear gunshots. At times they would stop for a few seconds and then they would start back. And then you would have a pause. A lot of radio traffic, helicopters flying at that point. It was kind of hard to hear everything that was going on, but you could hear rounds or going off on a gun.
Okay. Now, you said you were behind the houses on Jacob Springs, and that was on the left side of the street if you're turning into the neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe the terrain behind those houses? Is it flat? Is it hilly?
They're flat behind the houses, but there's a lot of rolling, drops off sort of hills behind it. We tried to stay low as we could on I guess, the property lines, because that gave us more of an advantage as far as rounds coming through. You would be below it. So we worked our way around those property lines on the lower side.
And at some point, did you arrive closer to where the shooting was taking place?
Yes, we were on the corner of the house across the street.
And who all was with you at that time? Do you recall?
Sergeant Carter, Lieutenant Moore, Corporal Costner, David Cook, let's see, Corporal Beckman, and I think Benji Pigler was on the lower side before where we went. He was on the opposite side of the house.
And can you describe with a laser pointer exactly where you ended up?
I was right in that corner right there.
At any time, did you see an individual shooting at you?
No.
Did you ever see a muzzle flash or a weapon or anything like that? Okay. At some point, or what did y'all do next?
We made our way to the corner of the residence, and we were going to engage the subject where we last contacted where he was shooting from. And once we did, I managed to get around I didn't want to shoot over Sergeant Carter, so I moved to his right and directed my fire towards the support area where he was shooting. I could see glass and stuff flying, and that's where I was shooting at.
Okay. And you said you said to the right of Sergeant Carter?
Yes.
And how was everyone else spread out there?
I'm not sure of their exact locations, but they were spread out to the left side of Sergeant Carter, sort of like, there wasn't really a lot of cover. Had some places to get behind trees, but it wasn't nothing that would stop a bullet, so we kind of just had to spread out. They were to the left.
And you testified that at some point you fired your firearm, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of firing your firearm?
I knew those deputies were being shot at. I heard shots coming up through there as we made our way up. We were trying to engage the subject to where we could get those two deputies out.
And how many shots did you fire?
Maybe 5 or 6.
And while this was all occurring, what was going through your mind?
I was scared that I was going to get shot. I mean, you don't know if you're going to get to go home from that. Thought about, their situation, my family, these other guys' family. I'm just hoping that everybody got home safely.
And from the time that you arrived, the time that you fired, was the gunfire you were hearing, was that consistent the entire time?
Like I said, it was consistent, pretty consistent up through there, but there was at times longer pauses than others.
And where exactly were you training your fire?
Do what, sir?
Where were you aiming for when you were shooting?
I was aiming just to the left of the door, around that window open where I was seeing glass.
Was there any other direction you were firing your firearm?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Corporal Garner. Prior to June 11th, have you ever come into contact personally with RONALD MILLSAPS?
No.
So did you know anything about him prior to June 11th? And have you personally ever responded to any sort of call out to that 1105 Jacob Springs Boulevard address?
No.
Were you aware on June 11th of the initial call for assistance that was made from 1105 Jacob Springs?
I was in the office taking care of some paperwork. I think I heard the call come out, but I didn't get all the details.
And during your time on the scene, once Mr. MILLSAPS had been taken into custody, did you have any interaction with him at all?
No.
Did you have the opportunity to observe him at all?
No.
You said that the only position that you discharged your firearm from was from that front corner of the house that's kind of catty corner to 1105?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believe that that was a total of 5 to 6 rounds that you discharged?
Somewhere in there, I'm not positive on the count, but yeah.
And what exactly was your target from that?
I was shooting at the window to the left of the door.
And specifically, why was that your target?
That was where he had been shooting.
And that was because you had observed what?
I was directing my fire in support of Sergeant Carter's.
So did he tell you where to fire, or were you just?
I could see where he was firing his
Okay.
weapon, and I fired in the same direction.
So just basically mirroring his actions?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any chance to come into contact with Mr. MILLSAPS since he's been in custody?
No.
Did you speak to anyone from the TBI on June 11th, I'm sorry?
Just to surrender my weapon.
And do you recall who that was? And you never actually entered the residence at 11:05?
No.
When you said that the officers who arrived had set up a perimeter, can you explain what you mean by that?
They were, as we were getting on scene, there was people setting that perimeter. I think there was some guys right here at this residence, starting to get in some places right in here along this wood line. And like I said, I heard my lieutenant say he needed one, and I started toward him. But
You needed one at the front corner of that other house?
I needed somebody to go with me.
Okay.
And
So is that the only spot that you were aware the officers were when you said that they set up a perimeter, or were there other places?
when I got there wasn't, I don't know how many was there, but I just started seeing a few getting right in here. But yeah, by the time I seen these guys, I heard him say he needed one, and I went with them, and we went back to beer.
Were you able to observe that there were officers anywhere else around?
No.
That was a no, okay. And are you aware of officers discharging firearms anywhere besides that one spot where you and Sergeant Carter and the other officers you mentioned were?
No, at the time, no.
You were not aware, or you don't believe that they were?
I didn't know that there was any fire. I assumed he was. I don't know what point Deputy Pigler fired, but he wasn't with me, so I don't know.
Pass the witness.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your
Oh,
Honor.
you can step down from that side. Next witness is Eric Costner. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give today is the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, please.
Afternoon.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you'll state your name, please.
Eric Costner.
What rank are you? I see the bars in your arm.
Corporal.
Corporal, okay. Where do you work, Corporal Costner?
Blount County Sheriff's Office.
How long you been there?
Going on 11 years.
What is your position with the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol division, primarily the SRO unit.
You're primarily with the SRO. Are you on the road in the summer when
Yes.
classes are out? Okay.
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to June 11th of this year, 2024. Were you working in your capacity as a sheriff's deputy that day?
Yes.
What shift were you on?
Day shift,
What are those hours?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Did you have an occasion to respond to Jacob Springs Way in Rockford?
I did.
What brought you there?
Report of a shots fired call.
Okay. Where were you in the county as you're working when you got that call or heard that call?
I was over by Walgreens in Alcoa.
That's over there on, is it Jewel Street?
Yes.
That it's on, okay. Corporal Costner, let me direct your attention to this map. Do you recognize what's depicted in this map?
Yes.
Is that the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. There's a laser pointer up there.
Yep.
If you'll take that laser pointer and show us on that map when you arrived, where did you park your unit?
I parked right in here along the road.
Okay. Is that right there off of Old Knoxville Highway in Jacob Springs?
Yes.
Okay. When you exited your vehicle, what's going on?
High volume fire.
Okay. When you say high volume, you mean a lot?
Yes, a
Is
lot.
that fair? Okay. What did you do when you exited your vehicle?
Put my plate carrier on.
And let me stop you. What is a plate carrier?
It's rifle rated plates. It's something in addition to this. So this is soft body armor, and that's much heavier and typically used to hopefully stop rifle rounds.
Okay, so you get your plate carrier. Anything else?
Yeah, my rifle.
All right. Now, are those something that you utilize on a routine traffic stop or call for service?
No.
Why did you put those on today?
The threat and situation.
Were you able to tell what kind of gun was being fired when you exited your vehicle?
Yeah, it was pretty obvious it was a high-powered rifle.
So after you exit your vehicle, you put your plate carrier on, you grab your rifle. If you'll use that laser pointer again, show us where you went first.
So I initially made my way to this house here.
Okay.
And I was on the garage door with a couple other deputies. Is where I was there for maybe 30 seconds to a minute. And then I heard Lieutenant Moore and saw him running across the road here and yelling that he needed run. And I went with him back behind these houses.
Okay. And as you're on that garage door, are you able to identify where shots are coming from?
Yeah, so we had some intelligence that they were coming from the front of the house here, and I could actually see some rounds. I could hear them, and I could see some rounds, like where they were hitting something over here in this house. It was hard to tell if it was they were hitting a car, and I was seeing that, or if it was dirt in the area, or what. But there was stuff like smoke splattering up from rounds coming that direction.
Where you were pointing and telling us that rounds were going, is that where Deputies Walker and Smith are pinned down?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they behind the car there?
Yeah, so their cruiser was backed into this driveway here.
Okay.
And they were behind it. I remember being here and the angle of it, I could see that they really didn't have anywhere to go. They were kind of pinned down behind the car there.
Okay, so Lieutenant Moore calls you over, says he needs another one, and y'all take off. Roughly how many deputies are there with your group there?
So 10 more, 5 or 6?
Okay.
5 or 6. I think you got Brad Garner, Doug Moore, Chris Carter, David Cook, myself, and then Justin Beckman as well.
Okay, so as you're going around the back of the houses, are you closer to the houses? Are you kind of farther away? Can you kind of tell us how that went?
Yes. So as we made our way down here, it was obvious that these backyards sloped down the further you went down behind the house.
Okay.
And so we felt like once we got over this fence here and into this backyard, there's a shed somewhere over here.
Okay.
And we realized that there were rounds in that shed and that we were in the line of sight there, line of fire.
Okay. When you say you realized there were rounds going into that, it may seem obvious, but how did you?
So
how did you know?
somebody pointed out that they could see the bullet holes in the shed.
Okay. Okay.
So,
all right. So once you're kind of going around past the shed, where do you go next?
so we ended up going to the back of the property here, down the slope where we felt like we had better cover.
Okay.
And then we crossed over into this yard here and made our way up to the back of this house here.
Okay. Do you have a final position where you all kind of gathered back there?
So we gathered on this back corner back here of this house.
Okay.
And then kind of got a quick game plan together and then came out here.
All right. So when you're over there, did you ever fire your weapon?
I did.
Okay, approximately how many times did you fire?
Between 5 and 8 rounds.
5 and 8? And where are you aiming when you're discharging your rounds?
The front of this house here.
When you say the front, is there any particular part of the house that you're focusing on?
Yeah, so to the house is faced this way, to the right of the garage here, these windows.
Okay.
Is our last known location where rounds were coming from.
You said the right, so right from our angle, but if you're looking
Yes,
at the
if
front
I'm
of the
looking at it,
house.
it's to the left of the garage.
Okay,
yes.
so kind of towards the door and window,
Yep.
is that correct?
Yep.
Did you aim your fire anywhere else on the house or any other place?
No, just those windows in that door area.
Okay. And while you are on scene from beginning to end, did you ever fire your weapon from any other position besides the corner of that house that we just talked about?
No, sir.
Okay. So, at some point, Deputies Walker and Smith are able to escape.
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We retreated back behind the house and held a perimeter position.
Okay, and you just remained there until when?
The scene was over with.
Scene was over with. Corporal Costner, at any point during what's taking place, are you in fear for your life?
Yeah, from the moment I got out of the cruiser till he was in custody.
What's going through your mind?
Worried about them, and then I'm worried about myself getting shot as well.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
Storm.
Good afternoon, Corporal Costner. Before June 11th, had you ever come into contact personally with Ronald MILLSAPS?
No,
So you don't know him at all?
that's correct.
Did you know anything about him prior to that?
No.
So I know, I heard you testify earlier that you primarily work as an SRO at one of the schools. So I'm assuming you've never responded to any sort of call for assistance or anything like that to 1105 Jacob Springs Boulevard?
I don't believe so.
Were you aware on June 11th of the initial call for assistance that was made to?
I knew it was some sort of domestic disturbance, but it was towards the end of my shift, so I was actually making my way home. And so, yeah, I didn't quite catch the initial call. I knew it was a domestic disturbance, but obviously I perked up whenever I heard shots fired from over the radio.
So when you said that you were aware, was that just from hearing things over the radio?
Yes.
Do you know exactly what time you arrived?
I do not.
When you were in that initial spot, that's sort of that very first side yard.
This here?
Yes, I think you said that you you parked around in this area right there. Is
Yes,
that
I
correct?
parked, yeah, I parked here, got my plate carrier and my rifle, and then made my way here for a brief time.
When you were, I'm calling it a side yard. When you were there, were you able to see the back of 1105?
No.
Not at all. So you weren't aware of any shots being fired to the rear of the home at that time?
It came over the radio, but I didn't see any shots.
Okay. And then you said that when you made your way around to the rear and then came up to that sort of front area on the home that's catty corner to 1105, did you ever actually see a shooter in any of the windows or anything?
No, ma'am.
You couldn't make out any person?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself see any muzzle flash or anything like that?
No.
So what caused you to be firing shots toward that specific target?
Because we had intelligence that rounds were coming out of the front of the house towards our officers, and we had to get them out.
And the 5 or 6 shots that you said that, or I'm sorry, 5 to 8 shots that you said that you fired, that was from your rifle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually go in the home of 1105 Jacob Springs?
No.
Did you ever come into contact with Mr. Millsaps once he had been arrested?
I never made contact with him. I saw them escorted from the home to the car. That was it. It's the first time I ever saw him.
And did you observe anything about him that day?
No.
When you were in that last position where you and the other officers were discharging your firearms, were you aware of any shots that were fired towards you in that spot?
No.
Did you speak to a TBI agent on June 11th?
I did.
And do you recall who that was?
I did not.
What was the nature of that conversation?
Asked me if I fired my weapon, and then took a picture and of what I was wearing, and then took my rifle. That's it.
And have you met with any TBI agents since then?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that encounter?
To ask what happened, to talk about the incident, and yeah, get a testimony, I guess.
Do you recall who that was that you spoke to?
I don't.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your
All
Honor.
right, you can step in. Thank you. Next witness.
State College Deputy David Cook.
Step line witness card, step right.
Yep.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give that is true?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just state your name for the record, please.
David Cook,
Where you work?
Blount County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
About 7.5 years.
What is your position with the Sheriff's Office?
I work for a traffic unit.
Do you have prior law enforcement experience before coming to the Sheriff's Office?
I do.
Where was that at?
It was in Illinois.
How many years?
About 7.
Let me direct your attention to June the 11th of this year, 2024. Were you working in your capacity as a sheriff's deputy that day?
Yes, sir.
What shift was that?
I work day shift.
Day. Is that 6 a.m. to?
It's 6 to 4. I stayed over a little bit, working accident on Super Road that day.
Okay, so you were working on the traffic unit that day, not
Yes,
on,
sir.
okay. Did you have an occasion to respond to Jacob Springs Way in Rockford?
I did.
What brought you there?
There was a call on the radio about 2 officers were getting shot at.
Okay. Where were you in the county when you heard that?
I was on Spring Road, close to Patterson, or Pigler Road.
Let me direct your attention to this map to your left. Do you recognize that scene right there, or what that depicts?
I do.
Is that where you responded that day?
I did.
Okay. There should be a laser pointer up there. If you could use that and show us when you arrived, where did you, well, let me back up. You on a car or a motorcycle?
I'm on my motorcycle.
Motorcycle. Where'd you park your motorcycle when you got there?
Right there.
And is that the entrance to Jacob Springs and Old Knoxville Highway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you get there, what's going on?
A lot of gunfire was
A lot
going on.
Okay. Would you describe this gunfire as like a burst or intermittent or sustained? How would
Heavy
you?
gunfire, lots of gunfire.
A lot of gunfire? Okay. Did you retrieve any special equipment when you got there?
At first, no.
Okay. Did you eventually?
Yes.
What was that?
I grabbed an extra magazine for a deputy, and I grabbed my 9mm carbine out of my motor.
Is that something that you normally use on a routine call?
No.
Why'd you grab it on this call?
I needed something with a little bit more power than a handgun.
Okay. Are you able to tell what kind of gun is being fired?
No. Definitely an automatic, but I don't know what kind of gun.
Okay. Not in terms of Glock versus SIG versus, but in terms of rifle versus shotgun versus handgun
I would
versus
say it
something.
was for sure a rifle.
A rifle? Okay. If you could use that laser pointer once again, and when you get there, and where do you go first?
When I get there, I come around this first house right here. I come
Okay.
around to this second house.
Okay. Were you with other deputies as you did that?
I was with Deputy Pigler.
Deputy Pigler, okay. Were you eventually joined by some other deputies?
At some point, yes.
Okay. So as you're going around the back of the houses, are you still hearing the gunshots?
Yes.
Are you able to tell where they're going?
The gunfire itself?
Yes. Okay. Where did you eventually, if you can use that laser pointer again, show us where you eventually ended up back there.
Eventually, myself and some other deputies ended up at this house right here.
Okay. And can you use
I
the...
believe it says 1110.
1110, okay. Kind of a little bit maybe diagonal from across the street.
Yes.
Well, let me back up. Are you able at this point to tell where you believe the gunshots are coming from?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point that out on the map there?
Where the gunshots are coming from?
Yes.
They're coming from this residence right here.
Okay, so you're kind of directly across it, not catty-corner, but you're directly across the street on the corner of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were there, at any point did you fire your weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Roughly how many times would you say you fired your weapon?
To be honest with you, I never counted.
Okay.
A lot.
Okay. You fire a lot?
Yes.
Did you fire more than one magazine?
No.
Okay. Is this your Glock carbine that you were talking about?
It is. I think it holds 31 rounds.
Holds 31, okay. And when you're firing, where are you directing your fire at?
There is two in this house right here where the gunshots were coming from.
Okay.
There's two windows or so in the front. That's where I was at.
Okay. So was there anywhere else on the house that you directed your fire? Garage, cars and driveway, anywhere else on that house?
No.
Just on those front windows?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at some point, deputies Walker, Smith make it to safety, where they're labeled to make it out from where they're pinned down. What did you do after that?
A couple different things. We came around the house over here, was on the back side of the house for a little while, and then I went into 1106, and we got a civilian out of there, and we stationed in that house.
Okay,
I believe it's 1106.
1106, but you helped, was it an older female?
Yes.
Okay.
So technically, the 1110 had an older male that we helped get out to, and there was a female in 1106.
Okay, so you helped both of them out. Where'd you take them?
The male was behind the house for quite some time, and then the older lady in 1106, we took her down to the bottom of the hill and put her in a chair.
Okay, all right. Deputy Cook, during your presence here, during what's going on, is it, at any point, are you in fear for your life and your personal safety?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Deputy Cook. Before June 11th, have you ever had any occasion to come into personal contact with Mr. Ronald MILLSAPS?
No,
So you don't know him at all?
not at all.
Have you ever, prior to June 11th, responded to any call for assistance to 1105 Jacob Springs Boulevard?
I believe me.
On June 11th, did you have the opportunity to speak with him at all?
No.
All right. Did you ever see him? Were you, from your position there at the house that's across the street, were you ever able to see a shooter in the window that you were shooting at?
No,
All right. So why were you shooting toward that window?
because it was an open area for somebody to shoot out. He's not gonna shoot through a wall to shoot me, so obviously he's gotta shoot through a window.
And so, were you told that that was the spot that you needed to aim toward as your target, or was that just something that you?
I think it was just common sense.
Okay. And but you never saw any shots yourself being fired from that window.
At that time, no.
At
Are
any
you talking
time?
about the time that I laid fire to the window?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Prior to that, had you seen shots fired from that window?
No, ma'am.
So at no time did you see that? we've heard some testimony today about other officers that were in that same position as you at that front corner of the house across the street, and that multiple officers were discharging their firearm from that position. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall any other officers from any other position discharging their firearms?
I mean, when I was laying down fire, if somebody else was shooting from somewhere else, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
You don't. Were you able to visually see any other officers discharging their firearms from any other positions?
Besides where I was with the other deputies?
Correct.
No, just us.
Your understanding was that there was a perimeter that was set up around the area, correct, of officers?
There was several officers around, yes.
So there were officers in other positions, correct? You just don't believe that any other officers were shooting? Is that
You
your?
asked me if they're laying down fire. I don't know if they're laying down fire or not. I believe it was just us.
Okay. Have you had any, have you had any conversation with Mr. MILLSAPS since he's been in custody?
No.
Did you ever enter the residence that day?
No.
I might have already asked you that, I'm
No, you
sorry.
didn't.
Do you know what time you arrived?
I have no idea. I know it was after 3:30.
And you believe that you fired somewhere in the range of 31 rounds because you know it was only one magazine?
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down back inside. All right, next witness.
Lieutenant Doug Moore.
Don't you step around the witness box. Step up and swear in. Put your right hand where you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you give tell you the truth. Seat, please. Go ahead, Jenner.
Would you please state your name?
Doug Moore,
And where are you employed?
Blount County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
I started in 1996, so we're working on 29 years.
And were you anywhere else in law enforcement before that?
No, sir.
And what is your current rank with the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
Lieutenant,
What shift do you work?
day shift.
And were you working in that position on June the 11th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
On that day, did you go to Jacob Springs Boulevard?
I did.
And what was the reason for going to that location?
We heard radio transmissions that those two officers were initially receiving gunfire. And then subsequently on the way, we heard more radio traffic that one, I couldn't tell you in the time frame, but one, and then ultimately both of them had been shot.
And where were you when you first heard this radio traffic?
It was at the end of the shift. For my shift, we come in at 6 in the morning, and we generally debrief at 3 and leave at 4. So sometime between the hours of 3 and 4:30ish, we were in the write-up room, which is across the hallway from the patrol briefing room, where we end our daily duties and debrief. And during that time, radio traffic came across the radio. We could hear gunshots and the officers asking for assistance.
And is that here at the Justice Center?
It is.
And once you heard that, did you go to Jacob Springs?
We did.
And there's a laser pointer there in front of you. If you could use that and show on the map, when you arrived, where did you park?
Right in that area right there. At this Little River Road, I would have pulled my car in and parked it right there on Little River Road and on Knoxville Highway.
When you arrived at the scene, were there already other officers there?
My shift kind of arrived at the same time. We all left the building roughly together. Of course, we got broke up because of some traffic, but There were some units ahead of me that had got on scene, I think that were already in the field from evening shift.
Okay. And once you arrived, what did you hear and what did you see?
Immediately upon my arrival, I could hear volleys of gunfire. As I exited my vehicle from here, I walked across the street and was in this yard here, again, where I could hear large volumes of gunfire.
And what did you do next?
There were a couple of officers and myself that come to right here, because we kind of arrived at the same time, and I directed those two officers to come to the back side of this residence here, and to kind of hold that, and then I walked back around here, kind of in that area there, which would be in the front yard there, where I made contact with Sergeant Carter. He was walking towards me.
And did you have any special equipment at that time?
I did. It's equipment that I don't normally get out of my vehicle. The first thing I grabbed was my AR-15, and I have had that out of my vehicle before. But what I had not had out of my vehicle, and I couldn't tell you how long, was a helmet. I immediately went to the trunk of my car because I was hearing such large volumes of fire that I grabbed my Kevlar helmet and threw that on prior to going across the street.
Okay. And you said that at some point you saw Sergeant Garner, is that correct?
Sergeant Carter.
Sergeant Carter. I'm sorry, I misheard you. And what did you do next when you saw Sergeant Carter?
It was kind of all in one moment. As he was approaching, I could see the two officers hunkered down behind the car. I could hear that just volley of fire. And I looked at Sergeant Carter and I said, we're going to have to just put suppressive fire into that house. And at that point, we began to maneuver to get to a position where we could do that.
And can you show how you got to that position?
So again, we were here. Carter and I talked for 4 seconds. We came to this house and we maneuvered behind these yards. And we came to this residence here, which is directly across the street.
And is that 1110, the address of that location?
It appears to be, yes.
And specifically, what was, the reason for returning fire?
So in my mind, like I said, when I looked up there, I could hear the large volume of fire, but what became the most alarming to me is I could see two of our male officers hunkered down. I could see the blue uniforms, and I could see them trying to get as small as they could get behind the car.
And at that point, had you heard on the radio whether they had been taken fire?
At that point, I knew they had been shot.
Okay. And where were you standing when you did return fire?
So that 1110, I believe, is what you said. As we're looking, if we were standing in front of 1110, we would be to the right there, or if you were behind the house, then we would be to the left of it. And so there's a driveway there, so right in that area where it is right now is where the group of officers that was with me were at.
And how many officers were with you?
Sergeant Carter, Costner, Cook, myself, and Corporal Garner.
And who made the decision to begin to return fire?
I did.
And why did you make that decision?
Because like I stated previously, I felt like that was the only option for us. When I looked up there and I saw these two officers, I knew they were shot. I could hear they were still being shot at, and I could see them getting as small as they could get behind that car.
And where did you fire?
I would call it controlled, directed, suppressive fire into the front of the house. I could see that shots had already come from the front of the house. I could see that the windows had already been shot out. So in my mind, that's where our suspect was shooting from, at least one of the places he was shooting from. So that's where I directed the fire to go.
And let me ask you this. Did you ever see an individual actually shooting or see any muzzle flare or guns or anything like that?
I think I saw some muzzle flash at one point, yes.
Okay. And did you shoot anywhere else besides the front of that house?
No.
While this was going on, by the time you arrived on the scene to when you were returning fire, what was going through your mind? What were you thinking?
I think I was just flooded with emotion about getting the two officers out, and that became the most important thing to me. I had to make a fairly quick decision about, suppressive fire into a house. I knew that the possibility existed there was another not suspect, but another person in the house, and I had to weigh my options about what was best to do in that situation to stop the assault on these two officers and to get them to safety. Because if it had continued, then obviously the result could be different.
And at any point during this were you in fear?
Oh, yes, very much so.
I'll pass the witness.
Lieutenant Moore, prior to June 11th, have you ever come into contact with Mr. Ronald MILLSAPS?
Not to my knowledge, no ma'am.
So you did not know anything about him before that day?
Correct.
You don't believe you've ever responded to any sort of call that came from 1105 Jacob Springs Boulevard?
I don't
Call for
believe so.
assistance, I mean?
No, I don't believe so.
When you arrived, and you said that you began sort of directing officers where to go, were you the highest ranking officer there at that time?
I was at that time, yes.
And you said that you discharged your firearm. Approximately how many rounds do you believe you fired?
I don't really know, 5 to 10 rounds.
And those were all aimed specifically at the front window of 1105?
Correct, and I actually fired as our officers. Once I knew that we had our two officers out, and I directed our guys back out, and as they were filtering out, I put some rounds into the front of the house.
So at that point, the two officers that had been hit had already moved away from danger.
They were in the process of moving away from danger. I couldn't exactly see.
And you continued to fire into the same spot at that point?
Correct.
No, you didn't aim anywhere else at that time? Okay. There was a perimeter established, correct?
Somewhat of a hasty perimeter was established on the front end, yes.
Okay. So was it your understanding that there were officers in multiple places around 1105?
Well, this was rapidly evolving, number one.
Mm-hmm.
So as it was evolving, the only place that I knew that we had officers initially in the first 2 to 3 minutes
Mm-hmm.
was the two that I placed here. That obviously changed as more officers arrived on scene.
Mm-hmm.
Much of that I would not have directed, nor would have been necessarily privy to. But as we had our two officers out, a much more full perimeter began to form once more officers got there, and then ultimately when our SWAT team and our armored vehicles showed up.
Who were the two officers that you directed to go to the rear of the 1105?
I think it was Deputy Hollingsworth, and there was a female officer with him, but I am unsure who that was. There is only one of two that it could be. I don't want to commit that it was which one it was, but I believe it was Deputy Hollingsworth and a female officer.
Okay. And when you directed them to go back there, were you aware of any shots at that time having been fired from the rear of the house?
I don't know that I was aware of that as much as I was. I wanted to control any escape that might occur or could occur of the suspect. So I wanted to have the back of the house secured.
And with these various officers that were in different positions around, are you aware of shots being fired by law enforcement from any other points except for that spot where you were with the other 5 or 4 officers?
In the moment, I was not. No.
Okay. Did you discover something else later?
I think that we determined. I don't really remember. I think that maybe one of the other officers had fired prior to us at some point in time.
But you don't know where that was from?
I do not.
And you don't know who that was?
I would be guessing, so.
Once the SWAT team went in and arrested Mr. MILLSAPS, did you ever have any occasion to speak with him at all?
With Mr. Millsap?
Uh-huh.
No,
Did you observe him at all that day?
I did. When
What
he
did you
came,
observe
he
about
asked me
him?
to- he appeared to be unsteady on his feet.
Was there anything else you noticed about him?
Disheveled, maybe.
Did you go into 1105 Jacob Springs?
I did not.
Pass the witness, thank you.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, Lieutenant. Thank you. Next witness.
United States Vice Benjamin Pigler.
Go over here. You step around, watch your step, the judge will see you. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is true. Have a seat, please.
Deputy Pigler, would you mind to state your name for the record?
Benjamin Pigler.
And you work at the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
I do.
What are your assignments and job responsibilities with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to evening shift patrol, where I'm a field training officer and a member of our SWAT team.
Okay. We've had a lot of testimony about why y'all were dispatched out there, Deputy Pigler, so I'm just gonna jump to, where were you coming from when you got the initial dispatch that there had been shots fired?
Montville Station in Montville Road.
Do you know about how long it took you to get over to the location at Jacob Springs Boulevard?
I would say 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. When you got there, there's a pointer there in front of you. And we're going to talk about that map that's over there on the thing, on the tripod. Can you tell us where you parked initially, or where you left your vehicle?
I turned on to Jacob Springs from Old Knoxville Highway and parked right in here, right before 1101 Jacob Springs on the right side of the road.
Okay, do you know how many other officers, obviously Officers Smith and Walker were already there when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who else was already there when you got there, or did you notice?
Sergeant Chris Carter.
Okay. Anybody else that you were aware of at the time?
That's the only unit that arrived before me.
Okay. So what did you do initially when you got there?
I knew that Sergeant Carter was already securing the rear of the residence. So I moved up to the corner of 1101 Jacob Springs.
You show us where that is.
Right here on the.
So that would be on the same side of the road as our location where y'all think the shots are coming from?
Correct. When I got in my cruiser, retrieved my patrol rifle from my trunk, and I loaded around into it and was turning my electric on when I heard the volley of rounds. So I wanted to get eyes on where they were coming from and where they were going. So that's when I moved to 1101 Jacob Springs.
Okay. So you said you heard a volley of rounds.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk about what your reaction was when you exited the vehicle? Well, what did you think you were coming up on when you initially started to respond?
It wasn't that. I expected a lot less gunfire, maybe a few pistol rounds coming at my partners. When I was loading my rifle, it became very serious that I thought we were going to lose more officers that day.
Were you concerned?
It sounded like a high caliber rifle that had a sustained rate of fire.
Okay. And you said a volley. Have any estimate about how many you heard when you exited, or when you were?
I would say anywhere between 10 to 20 rounds.
Okay. Could you see Officers Walker and Smith as you exited?
Once I moved up to the corner of 1101 Jacob Springs, I could see them been behind their vehicle. They appeared injured and distressed. That's when I asked the deputies where the rounds were coming from, and they advised me they were coming from the front of 1105 Jacob Springs near the front door.
Okay. Based on what you could hear, did that seem consistent with the direction for the rounds you heard?
It did, and I could see rounds impacting near and on the front of their patrol vehicle.
Had they been hit when you got there?
They had already both been struck by gunfire, yes.
All right. So what did you do? Where did you move to after you took up your initial position?
So my first thought was I wanted to go directly to the front of the house, but if I did that, I feel like I would have been killed based on his gunfire and position. I moved across the street and behind 1102 and 1106 Jacob Springs, utilizing those houses as cover. I moved through these yards to the corner, I believe that's 1106 right there, Jacob Springs. In the backyard, there's a corner on the 3-4 side of the house.
And what is a 3-4 side of
So
that?
the one side is the front of the house, and you go clockwise around the house, numbering the sides of the house. 3
Okay.
would be the back of the house, and then 4 is the right side of the house if you're looking at it.
Okay.
So I was on the 3-4 corner of the house, is where my firing position was.
Okay. So you said you had, would it be typical for you to have your rifle out of a car on a response to a normal situation here in Blount County?
Not a normal domestic disturbance, no ma'am.
Okay. So what were you thinking when you're back there at the 3-4 corner of the house?
I was thinking I want to get my friends out from behind that car because I don't want them to die. And I know they were already seriously hurt.
Were you concerned about your own safety at any point during the time you were present?
At several points in time, I thought I wasn't going to make it off the scene. One of which being when I moved up to retrieve them, and another was when we entered the house to save the hostage and take the offender into custody.
Okay. So tell us about, I was not going to try to, but I am, because I don't want to mess this up, but we're going to refer to that TV screen that's right over there in front of you, and I'm going to talk from over here. Can you still hear me okay?
I can.
So if we were looking, you said you were moving down Jacob Springs toward Old Knoxville Highway here.
Yes, ma'am. It'll be off to your right.
We're going to be, this is the position where the officers were behind the patrol vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where you could see them?
That's where I could see them, yes.
All right, and then were you back here?
I was. If you move closer, you'll see a wooden fence just off from the bush there connected to the house.
Okay.
On the left side of that gate opening, as you're looking at it from this side, is where I had taken a knee.
Here,
Yes,
behind
ma'am.
this gate opening?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were turning around and looking, and I know it's distorted a little bit because of the way the picture's taken, but you could see Walker and Smith here?
I could see and speak with both of them.
Okay. And then, so you could hear them?
I could.
And then could you also see the front of 1105?
I could.
Could you tell us what you could see as you were looking at the front of 1105 here?
Not long, and when I say not long, I mean seconds after I arrived to that fence, I took a knee and was observing where Eddie and Corbin were to my position and how I could get them out, and that's when more gunfire erupted. There was a lot of rounds that I could hear, and I wanted to know where they were coming from. I redirected my attention from where they were pinned down behind the vehicle to the offender's house, and that's when I observed what appeared to be a gray t-shirt from the right shoulder down and the muzzle of a rifle cycling and firing towards the officers that were pinned down. And it was consistent with what I was seeing as rounds impacted the front of the vehicle. The windshield broke and what appeared to be glitter in the air was falling down, and I could see what appeared to be the percussion coming out of the front of the muzzle as it fired rounds.
They're pretty clear in your mind.
It is.
So what did you, how long were you there before you were able to start them moving, them being Deputies Smith and Walker toward the back of the house? Do you remember?
It was seconds after I arrived that the gunfire happened, and I exchanged rounds with the offender. I fired approximately 25 rounds in total. There was a volley from him, a volley from me. There was a short lull in the gunfire. He fired again, and then I fired again.
Every time he fired, where were his shots going?
I believe that they were impacting the cruiser where Eddie and Corbin were.
Okay. Could you tell where your shots were going?
Yes, ma'am. They were going directly into the last known position of where I saw the man with the gun.
Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit here onto the house. And we're here, where was it you saw the man with the gun?
He would be to the left of where that American flag is, and that
Here?
brick wall, kind of back in that bush area. Yes, ma'am.
So in this area where there appears to be bushes that are kind of almost as tall as the house there, in that general area?
Correct.
Did you see him come out, or did you just see him there?
I'm not sure how far he came out, or if he was still in the doorway, or
Okay.
I know that I saw a shoulder and a firearm, and it was cycling.
Okay. And that's the direction you were firing?
Yes, ma'am. And to answer your question, it was approximately 7 minutes before we were able to extract Eddie and Corbin.
I'm sure that felt like a long time.
Eternity.
So once, were you communicating with the officers who would have been on the other side of the house? I know you're on the side that you're on, and there's some other officers present. If we're back on the map over there, I think they're around on the other side, if I could.
They're around 11:10 on
Yes.
the side of the house.
They're over here, but you're over here, correct? And I'm sorry.
I had some radio communications and knew that they were getting a plan in action to assist in an officer rescue.
Okay. Were you coordinating with them or telling them I'm firing or I'm returning fire? No?
Not until I was done firing could I take the time to advise anyone that I was shooting.
So once, what's your rounds that you're firing?
It's a 5.56 223 round.
Is that consistent across the sheriff's office? Is everybody issued the same
Yes,
AR?
ma'am.
So everybody's buying the same type of ammunition from the
Correct.
sheriff's office? Okay. If they're using their AR?
Correct.
So once Officers Walker and Smith had started moving, what did you do?
I moved up towards them to place myself between the shooter's residence, where the gunfire was coming from, and the injured officers that were trying to get to safety.
Once they had exited to safety and taken cover behind the houses there, was there other additional gunfire from the house that you recall?
After they had been extracted, not that I recall.
So what are the, once they're out of danger, what are the next steps that you're taking as a part of either the SWAT team or the sheriff's office? What are y'all doing at that point?
As a part of the SWAT team, I transitioned into our up armored vehicle called a Linco Bearcat.
Okay.
And then we moved that vehicle, myself, Lieutenant Brad Butler, and Chief Jared MILLSAPS were the three that initially went into the Bearcat. And prior to that, I had to swap out my patrol vest, which isn't rated as to a higher caliber, such as my SWAT vest. I put on some of my SWAT uniforms, so my vest and my helmet is what I had time to put on. And then I transitioned entered the Bearcat.
Okay. And I'm going to just sort of talk about y'all's entry. What's the purpose of the Bearcat?
Hopefully save lives, not only ours, but other people that we're rescuing.
Okay.
It's a thicker form of protection than anything that you can wear on a person.
Okay. All right. So once y'all enter the house, and Chief MILLSAPS is our next witness, so some of the other specifics of SWAT I'm going to cover with him. But once you all enter, do you enter through the garage or do you enter through the front door?
The front door.
All right. So this door here,
Yes, ma'am.
do you know how it got pushed open and busted open like that?
We utilized what's called a ram that was attached to the front of the Bearcat to pop that front door open. So that we
What
didn't
about these
enter.
windows?
The windows were cleared out so that we had a better visual from where the shooter was known to be or had been known to be shooting from, and to see if we could see whether or not he was injured, if I'd struck him with gunfire, if there was any innocents that we could see that were injured, and to get a better line of sight of a feeling for what's going on inside the house.
And as far as you know, these shutters, shades that are on this window here to the right of the door, those appear to be closed at this point. As far as you all know, were they closed when you went in?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
So you enter through here. Where do you go once you head into this hallway?
If you'll go straight, bypassing that opening to the right and left, and then enter the living room there.
Okay, did you know which direction you were going for the room where you believed Miss Joy Millsaps was?
I had a very good feeling based on some of the technology that we had inserted into the residence, such as one of our, it's a small drone that you can fly around. We had one drone that we deployed and had a pretty good feeling based on conversation that had been relayed through our communications center and what we had done with our own assets, that Miss Millsaps and Mr. Millsaps were both in that back bedroom.
And I'm not meaning to neglect talking about the drone. I was going to ask Chief Millsaps about it, but so y'all did use a drone before you entered to try to get a better feel in conjunction with what you knew from dispatch.
Correct.
Okay. So you came into this room. Then did you turn to the right here?
I did turn to the right.
Are you in the lead?
I am the second man in the stack.
Okay.
My team leader was in front of me,
Who's your team leader?
Billy Medor.
And once you reach this room, are y'all entering here?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could just briefly sort of talk about this room and what you saw when you entered, could you just tell us about that?
Before we entered this room, obviously, like we discussed, we had a feeling that they were in there. We didn't know if he had been injured, if he was still armed. If the last communication that we had been given by our dispatch and relay was that he was actively trying to kill Ms. Joy Millsaps. That's why we had to make an emergency entry. We weren't sure what we were walking into, and quite frankly, I thought at least Billy, if not me, were both going to get shot in that. As he walked into the door, I could see over his shoulder that Mr. Ronald Millsaps was on his knees at the foot of the bed, and that table that's in the picture wasn't positioned where it is. That's been moved prior to the picture when they were getting Miss Millsaps out. That had to be moved. It was next to the bed. But he was right around where that table is, and he was kind of back facing away from us. He was on his knees, and he had one hand on the bed, and then the other hand was kind of right in here.
As you're seeing him, Deputy Pigler, if we could rewind for just a second. When you all initially enter that residence, you've heard all these gunshots. What are you seeing and hearing as you go and feeling as you walk into the house?
It's like you're on a firing range. If you've ever been on a firing range, when a lot of people shoot, you have shell casings that fall on the ground, and you're stepping on them and moving them, and it becomes difficult to walk if there's a lot of them. And the entirety of the floor in that residence was covered with expended shell casings, so it made walking not only difficult but unnerving.
Did you all have, you have some experience with firearms, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were hearing the gunshots that you had heard, the volleys of fire that you're hearing, what kind of weapon are you thinking you're dealing with?
Some sort of high caliber rifle, either 5.56 or 7.62.
Is that consistent with the type of ammunition that's on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
How about magazines on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you're into the room there appears to be some expended shells. Did you see a firearm in that room?
There was a handgun located on that dresser to the right as you entered.
And that's going to be, and I know we do not see it in this photograph, in this video, but it's behind this lampshade, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, you said he was sort of on his knees and had one hand up. What did he say or do, if anything?
After we placed him into custody, he was hard to maneuver through the house due to his level of what I perceived to be intoxication. Any words that he did say were very slurred and hard to understand. He stumbled quite a bit, had to be held before we had to be held up on either side to assist him in walking. His pants had fallen around his ankles at one point. We had to stop and pull his pants back up for him.
Was he wearing any shoes?
He was not wearing any shoes, and there was actually, if you enter the residence, you could see there was broken glass on the floor in the foyer, and that played a role in our decision to go out through the garage door so that we didn't walk him barefoot through the glass.
You're being sure to not injure him on his feet, even though he shot at y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to Miss Joy MILLSAPS, where was she when you all entered that room?
She was laying on the bed on the right side, if you're looking at it, from what I remember.
And did you get a good look at her? How did she appear to be?
She appeared to be very fragile and scared.
How did y'all get her out?
I was in the team that assisted Mr. MILLSAPS out of the residence. I can't exactly tell you how they assisted her out of the residence, but I know she was put on a stretcher and loaded onto an ambulance at some point.
Had you ever had occasion to respond to that residence before?
No, ma'am.
I take it then, Deputy Pigler, you don't know Ronald MILLSAPS then, do you?
I had met him once before on a separate call. It wasn't at that residence, but I did not know him at the time. It got to be him.
Okay, well, how long ago was that, do you think?
I couldn't give you an exact date. It was about a year, I would say, before this call involving a fatality and an accident.
That I was gonna say, what was the nature of that interaction that you had with him?
It was a death notification for a female that he was acquainted with that passed away in a motor vehicle accident.
So you had it was part of your duty on that day to interact with him with regard to sharing that news with him?
He showed up to the scene. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. You were there in your duties as a deputy on that traffic fatality scene.
I was.
Doing various things there with regard to evidence collection, discussing with possible witnesses, things like that.
Tennessee Highway Patrol investigated the accident. I was assisting with traffic when Mr. MILLSAPS showed up to the scene.
Gotcha.
He recognized the vehicle and I broke the news to him.
Gotcha. Obviously, other than the obvious, I'm certain he would appear distraught or upset. That's fair to say at that time.
Are you talking about the accident or?
Yeah, that accident. Where first interaction you've had with Mr. MILLSAPS?
To my memory, I don't remember a level of remorse that fit the occasion.
Okay. I know we'll jump forward to June 11 of this year. You noticed Mr. MILLSAPS being intoxicated, what you believe to be highly intoxicated. Do you recall anything of that nature back when you had that interaction with him as far as notifying him of that death?
As far as intoxication goes?
If you recall?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So the day, and we'll take us back just a few questions about, you said, I think you, like many other officers that were responding there, Your Honor, if I may approach and we'll use that map just a second. I know you have the marker, and if you use it if necessary, but some of the other deputies advised that they had responded and originally gathering somewhere around here until they figure out where they eventually want to go and place themselves. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure what they did after I responded.
When you responded, is that with the?
I did not stage, no.
Okay. When you arrived, is that you immediately, if I understand you, you more or less immediately go behind 1102 and 1106?
I first went to 1101 to get a grasp on the situation and where the shooter was and where my friends were being shot at.
Right. And you didn't discharge your weapon at that point in time, correct?
At 1101?
1101?
No.
Okay. Again, that's trying to surmise what danger are my friends in? What do I need to do to get them out of there? That's part of your thought process right then?
Correct.
Gotcha. At that point in time, to do that, not only to help to get them out there, but you also want to get a better vantage point on 1105. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
That's when you move around to the 1104 and 1106, is that right?
1102, then
Or excuse me, 1102, 1106. You move around there, and that's where General Jenkins had pointed out to you, I believe the photo or the video photo of that gate where you took a knee?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the only, or around that area is the only point where you discharge your weapon?
Yes.
Right there at around that gate, okay. And again, sounds like there was a couple of volleys. He fires, you fire, he fires, you fire.
Correct.
And if I'm gonna,
Sure.
I'll attempt to go back here, I think
You can jump out a window, just so you know.
So, I'm trying to, maybe at the Spanish one right there, we'll talk about that one. You're able to see that, okay?
I am.
And if you need to, use the pointer that you've got up there. But I'm looking at the corner of the house, the garage, we see the silver car, we see a garage, we see a flag, that's attached there to the side of the house. And it's between the shrub / trees that we see, the landscaping there, and that house is where you thought you saw someone firing at you, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I tried to use the pointer, it doesn't work. See, that doesn't work.
All right, well.
Somewhere between the corner of the house where the flag is.
Sure.
To the left of that, where the shrub is, towards the door.
Now, from the vantage point, I know you're at, I know you said you're using a 5.56 as well. Do you have like is there an optic on there? Is there something that magnifies your visual of what you've got of what you're firing at, or is it just iron sights or red
I
dot?
have an optic.
Okay. Is it magnified to some extent?
I have a
Magnifier.
that flips up onto the optic.
Did you have it engaged?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. So you were seeing with no magnification, what you were looking at in your line of sight with where you were targeting is just naked eye.
Correct.
Gotcha. Is it your testimony that you believe the shooter to be outside of the residence, or was he inside the residence?
I believe that he was outside of the residence.
Okay. From that angle too, are you able to see any of the windows or doors? I know that that's not the exact vantage point, but I was just trying to get it a little bit closer. Are you able to see from your vantage point there, any of those open windows or shutters or blinds, whether they're open or closed? Are you able to see those things from your vantage point?
They weren't open at the time, but I could see where they would be, yes.
Okay. All right. And you said you thought whoever you saw had a gray shirt on?
Correct.
Remember, did you see below their torso? Did you see above their torso, like their face?
I could see a shoulder like I showed you here, from about right chest midway through to the right shoulder.
Okay. How many, time frame wise, how long do you think that you were viewing that and engaging with fire back and forth?
Very shortly after I began to engage what I believe to be the suspect is when it disappeared from my line of sight, consistent with someone retreating from gunfire.
Okay. And once once you saw, that person retreat, did you fire any more shots from your rifle then?
When they begin to fire again.
Gotcha.
I also fired into the last known location of where he was shooting from.
So, and Your Honor, I'm gonna walk towards the video monitor here and point. So, fair to say that you're shooting in this general area from your vantage point?
Yes, I would say that's fair to say.
Okay. And forgive me if I don't remember, but did you say approximately how many rounds you fired from your weapon?
25.
25, okay. And it's okay if you don't know, do you know that last volley were the last known location, how many rounds in that sequence of fire did you?
I don't recall, it was somewhere around, I would say, 5 to 7.
Okay, all right.
From me, I'm not sure how many the offenders fired.
Sure. At that point in time, that's when the two deputies that were pinned down, they're able to retreat.
Yeah.
Okay, what happens then?
There was a lull after our engagement where he was no longer shooting, and we were able to devise a plan to extract the officers.
Gotcha. And meanwhile, I think you said you were talking to him to some extent, talking about Deputy Smith and Deputy Walker. You were able to speak with them. Gotcha. Not by radio, but by hollering out. Y'all were at least close enough.
We were able to speak.
Gotcha. So they eventually get out of that present danger and get behind some of those houses. That's when you say that you were then you transition to your role as a SWAT team member, correct?
Correct.
And that's where you dress out in some of the equipment that you have. You also then you're inside that Linco Bearcat, right?
Correct.
That's with Chief MILLSAPS and with Deputy Midori?
He didn't join, Deputy Midori didn't join until a little later on. The initial 3 that went up and opened the door and cleared those windows were myself, Chief MILLSAPS, and Lieutenant Brad Butler.
Okay, Brad Butler is another one I was, gotcha. All right. And you were the second in line behind Deputy Midori. And I believe I heard you right that you said when you all became or got closer to Mr. MILLSAPS and started engaging in taking him into custody, I'm assuming that involves standing him up or laying him down, getting cuffs and restraints or something of that nature on him, right?
Correct.
Okay. You then eventually at some point try to get him up so he can help himself walk out along with you all.
Correct.
That's when you start noticing he appears as though he's intoxicated.
Correct.
Gotcha. And I know that it sounds like Chief MILLSAPS is going to talk to us a little bit about the use of that drone, but just one or two questions I have about it and I'll be done. Is that something that you all, again, from the outside or maybe in the confines of that armored vehicle, you're able to send that within the house and view certain areas of it before you physically send people in, correct?
Correct. Safety
Measure helps keep you all safe, help try to surreptitiously figure out what's going on maybe.
Correct.
Did that use of that drone, were you all able to get back there towards that bedroom or inside that bedroom to see what was going on in there?
We didn't feel it necessary based on what we had already utilized it for.
Sure.
Clearing the rest of the structure to enter that bedroom.
Right.
Coupled with what we were hearing from or being relayed to us about their location, we didn't feel necessary at the time to put the drone in that bedroom to possibly alarm or make the suspect do something that we didn't want him to.
Understood. Do you know, does that device record for use later on, or it just is a real-time view of you going in and seeing what's going on?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no tapes for us to look at and see what was going on?
Correct.
Okay.
Streams directly to a little module that goes with it. You can view it and it does not record.
Gotcha. Thank you, Your Honor, I appreciate it.
Redirect?
No, no.
All right, you can step down back outside.
You're gonna stay close, Chief Jared MILLSAPS.
All right.
I'm sorry, Don, do you want to break? Do my best.
Start by that. Step up this way. Chief, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give to the truth. I do, sir. Have a seat, please.
Two things, I'm gonna switch back to that in a minute. Chief, do you mind to state your name, first and last, please?
Certainly, Jared MILLSAPS.
And what is your job responsibilities with the Blount County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a deputy chief over the administration.
Okay. I'm going to skip over a lot of just preamble because we've talked about why everybody's out at the 1105 Jacob Springs Road address. When did you respond to the scene?
Probably arrived around 3:50 p.m.
Okay. Now, when you got there, what was the situation like upon your arrival?
Upon my arrival, I immediately exited the vehicle, grabbed my vest and my rifle, and could hear an exchange of gunfire happening as I arrived.
Was it a significant volley of gunfire that you were hearing?
Yes.
Could you tell whether it was your people or the other party that was involved that was firing, or did you know at that point?
I did not know at the time.
So, more gunfire than you typically hear, even if you have gunfire discharge.
Absolutely.
Now, I know we've actually talked about you before you came in here, as terms of SWAT. You tell us about the Sheriff's Office SWAT and when that would become involved in a situation, when your team would become involved.
Okay, high-risk situations, high-risk search warrants, hostage situations, manhunts.
Okay. In this particular situation, you felt like y'all needed to have SWAT involved?
Yes.
Tell us, what's the staging area when you initially get there? There should be a laser pointer right there beside you. And we're going to talk about where you went initially on that map over there, and then I'm going to show some other stuff. So you can use the laser pointer to show us if you want to.
Okay, certainly. Upon my arrival, I was right here close to the intersection of Jacob Springs and Old Knoxville Highway. And upon my arrival, once we were in the office when the call came out. So basically, we sent officers to our warehouse to pick up our Bearcat, which is an armored personnel carrier, and then myself went ahead and went to the scene as we awaited on the arrival of that equipment.
How long does it take for them to get there with the Bearcat?
They were probably 7 or 8 minutes after I arrived.
So where would you initially, I guess where would they initially bring the Bearcat then?
Basically, it was very close to that intersection as well. We had to do some prep work before we pulled up to the address.
So by the time the Bearcat arrives, are Officer Smith and Walker still pinned down, or have they made it safely, or do you remember?
The time the Bearcat arrived, they were already in this area here.
So at that point, I guess your primary goal then is to get Ms. MILLSAPS, Ms. Joy MILLSAPS out of this house and detain the person who's been shooting.
Yes, correct.
I'm gonna, if I could approach the witness, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Chief, do you recognize that photograph there?
I do.
What is that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of, that's actually the photograph after the scene was secure, but it's related to as we made entry and where the Bearcat was placed in front of the residence.
All right, we'd offer this as Exhibit 11. We're going to show it up here, Chief. At what point in time did you all make the decision to move it to where it is located in this photograph?
Yeah, certainly. So once the Bearcat arrived at the staging area here below Jacob Springs, we had to install the device that you see on the front of the Bearcat.
And that pointer won't work, but I can walk over here and sort of point. Are you talking about this thing protruding out the front here?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a RAM. It's also a camera that's attached to that RAM as well.
Okay, so what's that? What are you going to use that for?
So basically, we would use that to gain entry into doorways and windows.
Okay. And what's the reasons why you would be using that type?
We use it in this case because the last known shooting location of Mr. MILLSAPS, and that we wanted to be able to see inside that residence and see more of what's going on in there.
All right. So do you also have a drone?
We do.
Did you utilize your drone that day?
An interior drone, yes, we
Yes.
did.
Was that before the Bearcat got to the position it's in, or was it after the Bearcat was located there?
It would be after.
All right. So what is the drone's purpose?
The drone's purpose is, it's an interior drone, so basically it's able to locate the suspects or hazards or other items inside of a residence that, without sending an operator in.
So when you send the drone in on this particular day, are you clearing the entirety of the house or only a portion of it?
As much as we can, with doors being open, but we had an idea of where Mr. and Miss MILLSAPS were located at in the residence, so we kind of cleared everything leading up to that back bedroom.
Okay. So then the Bearcat is clearing and then you all make entry. Is that accurate? I'm not
Yeah,
meaning to skip over tactical things.
Yeah, no worries. We spent a lot of time at the front initially making announcements and trying to get whoever at the time inside to come to us.
Did they do that?
They did not.
Did they respond at all?
Not at all.
Were you able, was it based on what dispatch was telling you, how many people you believed were in the residence?
Yes.
And
correct.
so, and as far as the drone was concerned, you didn't see anybody in addition to the two you believed might be in the back bedroom?
That is correct.
Okay. About how long did you spend trying to get people inside to respond?
We probably spent 45 minutes or so on the scene until we made the entry into the residence.
Okay. So the entry itself, and I think we're gonna try to use the video just to kind of talk about the interactive map here, try to talk about how you all went in, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
Okay. You went in the front door,
We did.
so that, is that because you all had already cleared, this window and this door?
Right. Our initial clear was to get that front door open for a pathway to get inside if we needed to get in quickly. And then the window we wanted cleared out to be able to, for folks on scene and our overwatch teams and for ourselves to, see in the residence, since that was a shooting location at some point.
Okay. So, who's initially entering the residence with you, Chief, and in what order are y'all going in?
On our initial entry, we exit the Bearcat, and it would have been Deputy Medore, Deputy Pigler, myself, Deputy Cadney, and 4 others.
Okay. As we enter the residence here, and we've talked about it quite a bit, there are a number of rounds that are on the floor here and throughout the house. Are any of those rounds that were fired by your officers or SWAT?
No, ma'am.
And also, as we moved through, we were able to see that there's a number of magazines in the floor and they're in various places in and around the house. Were any of those magazines belonging to BCSO or SWAT?
No, ma'am.
So when you all entered, and when we heard from Deputy Pigler a little bit, you didn't even go into these other rooms, is that accurate? You headed directly to where you believed they were?
We sent a few guys to hold that left side just because there was closets and such, but
Okay.
The bulk of us went directly to that back bedroom.
So the officers who moved into these rooms, and this will be the room that we can see the windows out the front, they're just here just to make sure there's not some surprise you didn't know about, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And we can see there appears to be an AR here on the floor. That doesn't belong to BCSO or SWAT, does it?
No, ma'am.
Nor does this gun that's located here on the bed, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to move it. That's not y'all's handgun there on the bed, is it?
No, ma'am.
And then I believe also over here on the floor, we will see that there is a magazine, I believe, here. That's not y'all's, is it?
No, ma'am.
And also this shotgun over here near this safe. That's not y'all's, is it?
No, ma'am.
So once you all had entered the room where the defendant and Miss Joy MILLSAPS were located, can you tell us what you saw when you went in there?
Certainly, when we first entered the room, Mr. MILLSAPS was kind of kneeling at the base of the bed. We could,
This area here?
yes, we could see both of his hands. He had actually one hand on the bed, the other one was visible, and it appeared that he was trying to get on the floor.
Did he resist you all at all when you entered the room?
No, ma'am.
Did he seem to know you were coming?
Can't speculate.
And I'm guessing, how long was it after the Bearcat knocked in the windows in the front door till you entered the actual room?
Like 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, all right, so it actually, you knocked the windows out first, it
All
tried,
right.
okay, got it. So, then you're entering, he's, I guess, cooperative.
To a degree, yes.
Okay, did he say anything?
There was some mumbling going on there, but nothing really that was coherent at the time.
He seemed to be intoxicated, could you tell?
Extremely.
And then Miss Millsaps, how was she?
She was laying on the right side of the bed, face up. She had a telephone in her hand, and she was grasping to it very tightly, and seemed to be in really, really bad shape.
Did she seem like she could walk on her own?
No, ma'am.
Did it seem like to you that she could have gotten up and gotten herself out of that house with all this going on around her?
No way.
Did she say anything?
She did. She had some labored breathing, but when we got close to her to tell her it's okay, that we were here, and she said thank you, thank you, thank you, repeatedly.
And do you know how she was taken out of the house?
We did. So initially, we wanted to get her out as fast as possible, but we realized for us to move her, we felt that we needed like medical paramedics inside with us before we move her. So we end up taking the suspect out first and then bringing the ambulance folks into us, and they had to assist getting her out.
And then she went to BMH.
As far as I know.
They removed, they took her.
Yes.
All right. There's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of ammunition on the floor, a lot of guns in the house, a lot of magazines in the house. Did you all ever discharge a weapon inside that residence at all that day?
We didn't discharge it inside the residence. We had you can see in the photo in that top window, we had an inert 40 millimeter round come through the window as a distraction as we're making entry. And I think you can see it laying on the floor as well. There it is.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am. That was the only thing that was fired in by us and our team. Nothing inside.
And once you all had removed him from the residence and she was safely removed, did you secure the scene and turn it over to TBI?
We did. We conducted what we call a back clear, just to, again, make sure there was no other known threats or anything inside the residence would be a hazard to anyone else.
Okay.
We finished that, and we did the camper as well outside, and then we exited the scene.
And I was gonna ask you, we'll call this exhibit 12, should be our last one. Do you recognize, we talked briefly that there was a handgun in the room where they were.
I do. We picked up on it pretty quick. As we went into the room to the right, it was laying on top of a dresser as seen in this picture.
All right, we'd offer that as exhibit 12. You all didn't collect any evidence, you'll let TBI do that? Okay. Chief, thank you very much for calling.
Bill Rock.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief MILLSAPS, it's probably fair to say that, I believe your testimony is, you arrived there on the scene as your role with the SWAT team, correct?
That's correct.
So, at the time where you arrived, you did, or you were aware there was gunfire going on when you first arrived?
Absolutely. Even on the way, on the radio, and all the traffic that was going on, while we're en route to that scene from the office, you could hear the things happening on the radio.
Right, when they're engaging their mics, you're hearing what's going on, not only their voice, but also the gunfire back and forth.
Yes.
Gotcha. Did you say approximately what time you thought you got there?
Around 3:50.
3:50, okay. And it's at that point in time you all are getting prepared on making entry in there to take care of this perceived hostage we've got in here, as well as take out this threat. That's the two.
Not necessarily make entry immediately. We're trying to gather all the facts and try to bring whoever at the time out to us.
Sure. So in doing that, I know that we talked to Deputy Pigler just a few moments ago, but made use of a drone, used it for the interior of the home. That's not something that records, that's just something that's a live streaming view.
Correct. That we're able to see inside the barricade.
Right. And then you're able to deduce, once that's going through rooms that people aren't in, you can kind of simplify things and figure out, okay, well, if they're not in these 5 out of 6 rooms, it might be this room. That's more or less how you all came to the conclusion, along with other information that they're back there in that bedroom.
Other information along with, yes,
Yeah,
correct.
gotcha. Fair to say, you've never met the defendant, RONALD MILLSAPS, before? Don't know him?
Doesn't know.
That is a no, sir.
So the only interaction that you've had with him up to that point was the interaction when you all have made entry and are gonna take him into custody?
That's correct.
And I think, did you say you were about third in that line of folks, the SWAT team coming in?
Yes, sir.
Are you one of the ones that's making, I know there's 2 in front, are they originally, are those 2 folks grabbing hold of Mr. MILLSAPS, or how does that work? Like, who puts hands on him first, and what do they do to secure him?
There's a lot of factors that go into that inside of a room, especially where you end up. And of course, where the proximity of him, and the handgun. So basically fell to where the first 2 initially made contact, and then I actually was one that was putting cuffs on him.
Gotcha. So they're, everybody's wearing several hats and trying to do what they can to keep people safe and to keep, and get folks into custody. So not only are they trying to watch the suspect, they're also trying to take into consideration who else might be in there. That's fair to say?
We kind of cleared the room pretty quickly.
But all the while, I know that, I think you said that Ms. MILLSAPS is on the bed. She's laying on maybe the right side towards that bathroom entry door. He's at the foot of the bed. You'd say probably middle of that bed, at the foot of it?
Close to it.
Okay. He's got his hands up, or?
Not up, but they were visible.
Gotcha. You could see that there was no weapon or anything like that on him or in his possession, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I think you said that he was fairly cooperative, took him into custody, put cuffs on him. You also stated that it was apparent to you that he's intoxicated. What observations did you take into consideration knowing that?
Slurred speech was the biggest one at the time. Having trouble standing up, his pants, shorts were actually falling off of him.
Yeah.
When we're trying to stand him up, so he was very unsteady on his feet. You could smell alcohol, and I believe there was a bottle of some sort of vodka or liquor there inside the room as well.
Gotcha. And once he's brought out, placed in probably a cruiser to be transported, your role then, what does it switch to, or what are you worried about then?
Our role, again, was just to make sure the residence was clear of obstacles, there was no other dangers or threats, and then we were able to turn the scene over.
And so, goes without saying, probably, you didn't have any more occasions to speak with Mr. MILLSAPS about any of the events that day?
Not at all.
Thank you, Your Honor, appreciate it.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down back outside.
Sir.
That's Stacy approved?
Your Honor.
All right.
No proof, Your
Elrod,
Honor.
no proof. Any argument?
Waive
General?
and reserve, Your Honor.
Any argument, Mr. Elrod?
Just not as to the majority of the counts, Your Honor. The only thing that I would point out, I'm gonna turn over. In CR 57861, the only 2 charges I just point out to the court are the counts 1 of CR 57861, count 1 and count 2. So that relates to especially aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault, and domestic assault, both of which have to do with the defendant's mother, Joy MILLSAPS. I would just point out, even the testimony that we've heard here today, Your Honor, albeit hearsay, it's not been clear, I don't think, for the court's determination today, even for a probable cause standard, to bind over those 2 counts as to, I understand that certain people were calling in and were fearful and concerned about loved ones, but there's been no testimony as to Ms. Millsap's, Ms. Joy Millsap's fear or danger or her willingness to leave or not be able to leave. It's speculative at best, but that's as to the domestic assault and that's as to the especially aggravated kidnapping. That's, as for the other counts, Your Honor, there's no argument.
Just briefly, respectfully, obviously, it's very unfortunate that Ms. Millsaps is deceased at this point in time. However, the facts and evidence before the court, viewed in the light most favorable to the state, I think do establish the elements of the especially aggravated kidnapping. I think a reasonable person can deduct from the proof that Ms. Millsaps was held against her will, was not free to leave, that statements were introduced before the court that threatened Ms. Millsaps on behalf of Mr. Millsaps. Obviously, a deadly weapon, a firearm, was used during the accomplishing of that act. The familial relationship between the two of them was established by the proof, and I think an objective analysis of the proof is that she could be in fear of death or serious bodily injury based on the actions of Mr. Millsaps. So while I certainly understand Mr. Elrod's argument, the position of the state is that there is sufficient proof to establish probable cause of those offenses at this time.
Based upon the proof before the court finds there's probable cause to believe that each offense charged was committed by this defendant in this county. Accordingly, going to the grand jury for its consideration of probable cause will be 2 counts of attempted homicide, 1 count of especially aggravated kidnapping, 1 count of aggravated assault and domestic, 4 counts of reckless endangerment, and 6 counts of aggravated assault. If you
Thank you.
Memorandum.
I will, Your Honor.
Go ahead and once we get the memorandum signed, we'll push the defendant out. They want to speak with it. State, can you draw your executive?
Thank you.